Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Due Process League Due Process Open, brought to you by Dreamhack. I am Rook, and I am joined by Zombie Bacon as we are here on the second day of the tournament.
Yeah, it's been exciting, Rook. Have you been watching? Well, it's been a great time. I know I've actually been playing in the Swiss rounds of Dreamhack, and I'm very fortunate to have made it through. But it's been a long, long day for a lot of these teams. You know, we're coming off of basically 6 hours of due process continuously. It was a great time, really, frankly, grueling time, but it was a lot of fun, a lot of great competition, and obviously the cream of the crop has risen to the top, and they are here today. And this is one game I am really excited about.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, everyone is new and fresh, ready to play on, well, these new games, these new matchups that we do have for you. We saw Mesa in the very last game of the day last night take down Flogel 7-5. As you said, a very grueling match, ever so close as Flogel's always managed to make it, but they did get eliminated. And Mesa come into the second day looking darn strong, and they, well, are facing up against DPL, a mainstay, Fierce.
Yes, will be very exciting. I know you, Rook, were really wanting to see Flogo. I was too. This being an EU-based tournament, actually. But unfortunately, that last game versus Mazer knocked Flogels out of it just barely. It was really close. I think they still had 8 or 9 points, which just wasn't quite enough to quite join the group here. However, though, Momentum, the other EU team, did make it in. They're also Upper League DPL, which will be really great. And but getting back to this game, these two teams are very strong right now. Currently, Mazer being the number 1 DPL team, and then Fierce being the number 2 DPL team, which just a quick shout out for all of our viewers, which you can watch here next week when we come back with our DPL season. But right now, let's talk about Dreamhack. Both these teams have been playing very well. Can't wait to see them go up against each other. They both played amazingly in the Swiss, are second and third seeds for the entire Dreamhack tournament. But here they are, and this is going to be a slugfest.
It really is two very strong teams, and as you said before, Mesa having a very impressive Swiss. I think only dropping one game in total. Really, just generally looking very strong. Impressed with their fragging prowess, and their attack is particularly terrifying. Now, Fierce are a team that put a lot of work in, put a lot of hours in, and are very well drilled. Do you think that's going to be very helpful to them here against the very strong offense that we see coming out from Mesa?
Ooh, I think it will be. Personally, from what I've seen from not only playing Fierce, but also watching their games, is Fierce is very strong in attack. And they tend to waver on the defense a little bit, particularly against a team that is so strong like Mazer. My anticipation for this game is that a lot of the rounds are going to really come down to the wire, particularly depending on how the maps come out, which, is one reason we love this game. The maps are different each half, different each game, and that will be interesting. Quickly with the book hole scored, actually, both these teams didn't drop a game in the entire Swiss. They both the difference is they tied 2 of their games, which is different than Slaughterhouse, who did drop one but won all of the rest of theirs. So it's going to be very interesting. Neither of these teams dropping any games, so one of the Titans have to fall here. Personally, I think Mazer's been too strong. Too strong. They've wavered a little bit slightly, but I just don't think that kind of coordination and dedication to the game that Mazer brings can be beaten by Fierce in this instance. I think Mazer's going to be, it's going to really come down to individual player strength, and in my opinion, Mazer has that over Fierce, but Fierce has the cohesion. I know Marbles is an amazing IGL for Fierce, really brings a lot of that tactical ingenuity that the game needs, but if they don't win the gun battles, that doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think that's especially true when you do have these kind of Titans really slugging it out. But I think if we can see that kind of ingenious creativity come out, it could be particularly important. And to go back to the last match we saw Mesa in yesterday, they played against Flogels, a team that we often hail for their creativity. But we didn't see enough of that from them, I do feel. If Fierce can bring that out, I think this is a great opportunity for them to really show us what they're made of and demonstrate why they are one of the top teams in the DPL.
Absolutely. And, to kind of hype up Fierce a little bit, Fierce is one of the teams that, in my opinion, is discovering these mechanics. Because, of course, we're still in the young stage of the game. We haven't quite figured out how everything works. And, of course, it's all going to change when Gunplay 2.0 comes out in the coming weeks. But Fierce is one of these people who have really pioneered these ideas of playing anti-flash. And I'm going to give the Fierce captain, Addicts, a little grief here. One thing we're starting to see more and more are reactive barbs, which Addicts likes to call dynamic, which is incorrect, I will add. But these reactive barbs and things like that. So the meta is constantly changing. We're not settling into like, oh, this is the one place you have to peek. This is the one thing you have to do. That's the thing that's going to be very interesting here. Mazer constantly experimenting. Even though Fierce is finding out these gameplay mechanics, Mazer is the one that, in my opinion, is a real pioneer of the strategy. If anyone watches their not their streams, their scrims, pardon me, which everyone will keep an eye on, they don't always perform the best. They generally end in a tie, sometimes a win, generally close wins, unless they're playing something like rivals teams. And from what I see a lot of people talking about, it's because they are so experimental, trying to see what works, what doesn't, and figuring out each map as it comes to them. And also their place in the team. So with that is a very interesting balance that comes with that's different than Flogel's ingenuity and creativity. Because Flogel's sometimes do things that are so out of the box that you didn't even think of. Mazer tends to be a little more, can I get up here? Can I stand here? What can I do here? How can I, approach the game differently, do some hardcore parkour and get new angles and things like that. And that's what really makes Mazer strong as a team, in my opinion. Not only having players like Omerta, who is just insane, but even then they have Mace and Death, who are such strong fraggers. And I mean, in my opinion, I think Mazer really needs to be the number one team. Smith, their team captain, is also the community manager for us over here at Due Process. So that's what's really interesting. But my prediction for this game is it's going to go Mazer's way. It'll be hard fought, but I think ultimately, I think Mazer has such strong individual player skill. And that's not to discount Fierce, who is all extremely, extremely strong players, particularly in the likes of Marbles and Diagra. So I'm excited to see. And now that's, of course, I play with these guys a lot. I'm friends with them. We meme it up. And I'm also a player in the league. So I definitely have a different perspective. And I really want to hear yours, Rook.
Well, from the way we're kind of talking about it and the way I've kind of discussed it with other people is Fierce are kind of a team that they play inside the box, sure, but they try and go to every single corner of the box. You've got other teams that try and play outside of the box, and then you have Mazer, who are really pushing the boundaries of that box. And I think that's going to be really interesting. Who can use some of this more standard stuff while they obviously are trying to push those mechanics to the limit, use that more standard stuff to its very highest degree, or whether you can find something that's really going to let you take control of things. I think Fierce need to show up on their A game if they're going to be able to take this. And Mazer, I think for the most part, they just need to show us that ingenuity and really bring it to bear today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, speaking of ingenuity, there have been a lot of new map stuff coming out that I've had the pleasure of playing that I'm very excited to see. I know the factory map set has become very experimental and very interesting. And so I'm really hoping we get a particular tile, which is called containment right now on factory, which is basically, we all know factory, right, Rook? Big open place, right?
Yep.
Not on containment. So basically, what Axiom has done is he has placed big shipping containers in the middle of factory, cutting the map down and turning it almost into like this metal kill house. changing the feel of the map entirely. It's very different, and I don't know how else to say that. And I'm hoping we get one of those maps today because I want to see how these teams play around it. I really do, and I think not only depending on the sort of maps that we do get, if we do get a map like we call it SCP because it's called Containment Area, but if we get that, that's where these teams are going to shine. Not so much in the, oh, we've had this map for weeks. We all know what's good on it. We've all figured it out. We've all been demolished on these maps if we didn't know what to do. And that's where it comes down to, like, who's winning the gunfights. But we have some potential here, particularly with the latest map update, for some real creativity and the highest level of play that we will be able to see outside of Upper League DPL.
Absolutely. And that's why we came to Due Process in the first place, for that creativity, for that spur of the moment action. And hopefully that's what we get here today with Containment or some of those other tile sets really coming through and showing us what's going to be so interesting about it, because we did have a couple of, not quite the latest tile sets yesterday, but we did have a couple of interesting things. We had a double up of the same map. In fact, I think it was Fortuna Eagle, which is always interesting to try and play. We got a lot of opportunities with some Toxic. Obviously, that's one of my favorite additions to the very map that we kind of talking about before. But we're going to be starting off, and do we have a containment? Nothing of the sort. Invictus Paladin is going to be our first map here.
Absolutely, getting into this factory map. Old, tried and true factory map here. Been around for a long time, Invictus Paladin. It's a very interesting map in the sense that this is what you look at for factory. You have a big office, very easy take, and really, when we see a map like this, it's basically teams deciding what's worth holding and what's not. And as we see, Mazer here on defense for the first half, but Mazer really looking to section up. They're drawing out some basic lines of wanting to really hold office and shelving and really conceding storage and servers, which are, while they're tight angles, are not always the most fun to play around. I do want to point out, though, the plan that's coming out here from Fierce, which will be exciting to see.
Yeah, it looks like they might be going from two different angles and could be particularly impactful. The thing is, I think pushing through that servers and holding that servers is both kind of difficult, obviously, with that door. Not so bad for the attackers, because obviously if you put someone on fan, you can cut it off, but that's exactly what makes it so hard for the defenders. That's why I don't think they're going to put anyone towards it. And storage kind of has that same problem, as you're easily going to get sandwiched if a split push comes out.
Absolutely.
Marking that they're nervous, and I think that makes sense, even with a map like this that they might know so well. They are on the second day here. They've got to be a little bit worried.
Yeah, this is a great team here, and we're seeing an old member of Mazer come out here. I believe they're playing with Godspeed today, who's actually also currently a member, or was a member of BTG, another really strong team in Upper League DPL. But while Marbles brings out the Saber for the attackers here, I do want to point out, looks like they are going to be charging Red Door to really commit to this storage power play here, which is very strong on this particular map. 3
players in these trucks. That is a surprise and a half. Really looking to play these long angles. Imagine if someone just runs across that front, likely going to get caught in some way, shape, or form, but interesting approach. It does exactly look like the split push we were discussing before, and it's going to be pretty easily ceding the control of that servers. Storage going to go on through. Adaxi doesn't even get some shots at Mace, trying to find something, maybe bait out some kind of shots and some kind of response, but for the most part, they're not really contesting. Stars doesn't even get caught as they go on down there, and a lot of control for the attackers early on.
Yeah, really very aggressive power play there, being very careful. And also Marbles now, because power's off, fan stops, so you can get into that entry for free now. No explosives needed.
Yeah, makes it an easy way to execute, and it means you can play up on this top walkway that could be so impactful here. They're looking for a way on into office, and this is where a lot of the round is going to be decided. If they can get control of that easily and quickly, it's going to make a world of difference. 2 flares brought out right now, so they are prepared for the fact that there's not going to be all too much vision, and already 1 on the floor. They brought 3 in total. Smoke to try and deny the push. Anyone sitting in dock. Mace is trying to hold close. Godspeed needs to win that, but Adaxi draws that first blood. Dark Ray almost find some shots onto Mace, but still alive for now. Death and Amorta as well, still sitting in those trucks. Roadrunner trades back, so they're still holding this angle, the trade back and forth, as Death is still alive. The only one left in that position is Mace. He's trying to play those long angles and keep Marbles off. Marbles goes low, but isn't quite out yet. Vitals pushes on, in wins the duel versus Roadrunner, and now with complete offense control and Stars playing there, they're going to try and make their push, but they don't have a lot of time to work with only 10 seconds. This is a real problem here. They managed to take down Mace and take out Death. I don't think they have enough time, however. That's a real problem here. They just wasted so much defense.
Honestly, great hold there from Mazer, and also, unfortunately, that's a lost Saber for Fierce there. Although, talking about Fierce's ingenuity with the game, though, one thing we're beginning to see a lot more often is taking of a attacker shotgun onto Factory, which Fierce did do here, just to make that that Factory take a little easier, much more so for opening doors rather than getting frags. That's just one of those things you find out from playing the game. And honestly, very, very strong hold there from Mazer. You know, of course, they all died, but they still won the round. They played that time, and they were able to deny Fierce that win. And even, I believe, possibly deny a clacker for Fierce, which would be even more detrimental to them here. As we get into Sacred Point here is our kill house. Again, map we've had for a very, very long time. And I believe Fierce could go for the old tried and true wall charge method here at very least. So generally, what we see teams do on this particular map is, of course, taking a shotgun. Shotguns are basically taken everywhere, just for their utility of opening doors everywhere outside of Factory. So what we tend to see is two players will come around Breezeway, one with the shotgun, who will then shotgun open this door from a distance, because if you have good enough aim and you shoot at it, you can basically get it open. That lets 3 of your friends in for free, basically. You bring in the wall charge, they can't see. The smoke going out on backstage here will deny any sort of vision for Mazer of that wall charge, but I'm sure they're still expecting it as you place it in here and you try and attempt to take sight. When that happens, defenders here really want to have a strong kitchen hold, which I believe is what Mazer is setting up for. Because of the way the bomb has to be defused, the wall bang from kitchen becomes extremely strong, because you can deny the entire defuse from the attacking team. As we see Fierce coming out with a very, very intricate plan here. Pretty, you know, intricate but normal, calling out barbs and things like that, as well as some positions. And of course, that kitchen play, that kitchen side, we see 3 members of Mazer dedicated to it here. Will be very interesting to see how they get this done as well. And I believe that's an auto shotty coming out on Omerta. That will be devastating if Fierce is not prepared for it.
But it looks like they're at least showing that they are aware there's likely to be someone on the left there with those arrows. They know how that kind of things go, those kind of things goes down. That they are going to get peaked on those angles. So they're going to be wary of it, and this time hopefully not get caught out. We saw some dynamic positioning from the defenders on the last map. Maybe we'll see a little bit less of that, or also Fierce being more prepared for it. Mesa still did win out that round despite losing every single player. They have to at least be happy with that one. Flash goes in, they're trying to take Club, and Roadrunner, even though they shot a couple of times to try and deny, they will be taken down through a wall bang. Great call out there from Marbles, and just takes them right out. Roadrunner got to be frustrated about that one. And now Godspeed and Mace are still waiting this angle, just realizing we kind of got to reinforce this. Godspeed is in the back. Murta just waiting around this wall, likely going to get flashed out of the position. Could be a real problem. Shots going through, still trying to find that wall bang, but no one's playing that angle into Brick House right now. Murta trying to check, see if anyone wants to make that push. As those flashes do start to come on through, does have a molly to try and buy some time. Yeah, that frag does got something here, but Murta needs to be ready with that molly. Wants to drop it down to try and deny the push. There it is. That'll buy some time. 50 seconds, and Mace finds a Daxi, takes them right off the board. And you can see Diagray now potentially looking for this flank that could be particularly big. Not sure if that... Yeah, they haven't actually barbed up the right-hand side here into office, so Diagray finds this or gets a good wallbang. That could be big. Godspeed gets taken down from the back there, but Murta is still buying time with that auto shot. He's playing around the corner, gets the spray, takes down 2! It's just Stars pushing through there. Diagray goes down as well on the flank. It's Stars versus Mace as well. They do manage to bring it to 1 versus 1, but with Stars so darn low, this is going to be easy for Mace. Maybe even looking for the wallbang. knowing that they got to play for time here, waiting out, trying to land those shots. Stars knows just one will take him out. There's not a lot of health left on either side, just playing for it. 11 seconds, there's the shot. Mace finds it, and trying to defuse seems to be the real problem for Fierce here.
Absolutely, and as well with that nade, it may not have found any damage, but what it did do is clear up that barb behind the first into Brick House. Unfortunately, wasn't able to clear both just because it wasn't able to find that center of the barb for that damage. And as you can see, Fierce there marking it out as the end. That, in my opinion, is what foiled that push. Is just the nade was a little too deep into Brick House to really be able to clear both of those barbs. And unlike other games, in due process here, nades are not really meant for getting kills. Yes, we see it happen. Yes, it's cool when it does happen. They are really a piece of utility for clearing those barbs, which are one of the biggest detriments in the entire game right now, particularly with mollies being as strong as they are. That's just sort of the meta that comes up, and they didn't go for the wall charge there, and I think that's may have what done them in as well. But also we have to remember they didn't have a clacker, so they wanted to go for a save round there as well. Here, Fierce having 2 charges but 1 clacker, so they can go for some really creative plays here. They have a door charge and a wall charge still. As we can see, they're wanting to go for that teller play with a storefront bomb here, going through, because for some of our players who are either new or don't play a whole lot, we all know the dreaded teller button. That button is what will allow us to open up this big section of heavily guarded glass at the front. Open that up, clear that up, and give Fierce a lot of these long angles, which they're really looking for, I'm assuming. Wanting these longer angles, not only into Teller as they've marked out, but more importantly, over past Freezer, because really, Freezer and the back of sight here are the 2 most contentious points for this hold. You can wallbang through a lot of stuff. One thing we've seen arise now is taking the Legros on C-Store. Which is, seems strange, right? But the reason is the Legros has one of the highest pen powers in the game. And, unlike the Mop, it's not a single shot. So what we'll generally see sometimes, and I don't think we're going to see it here, actually, I believe that's Godspeed with the Legros, but for instance, if a player was to be over here in office, they could actually wallbang through this thick C-Store wall and kill someone on bomb. Granted, the damage isn't going to be great, but it's damage nonetheless, and particularly at the end of the round can really do a lot of work for the team.
Well, Molly likely going to be prompted here from Mace. Doesn't throw it yet. In fact, it's just waiting. Yeah, I think that patience really could buy them a lot of time, and that's been a great way Mazer have been playing so far. Definitely a lot of patience to really deny that. And they even invest the wall charge here to break that one open. Interesting decision being made here. Mace still in this angle. Omerta is waiting around the corner with the knack. I don't think fired off a shot. Adaxi does not know they're there yet. And they're still trying to push potentially on here. Knack holds strong. Omerta gets that shot onto Adaxi, and that means that this push on the right-hand side is either going to have to get reinforced by JR Gray, or they're going to have to change things up. And right now, I think Fierce, very strangely, just burning through their time. It's been a real problem for them. They found themselves at the mercy of the defenders, and it's not from this game, but a friend of mine always says that that timer is a 6th defender. You need to be avidly aware of it. Otherwise, things really can just drop away from your control. Vitals has managed to slip on in alongside Diagre. They do still have some sort of control of the map. Vitals is going to push on in, and Murta is waiting right around that corner. Flash goes in. Murta will go down as Mace is going to try and molly it off to deny that push into Teller, and meaning that these longer angles are so hard to contest still. They only have 1 point of entry, and Godspeed even manages to take down Marbles as they push on in there. Diagre still held in that arcade. Vitals goes down as well. There's now no pressure onto Teller. Stars falls, and it's just Diagre versus the world, versus 3 players. And they invested so much to this to try and finish things off, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Diagre to be able to win this out. 20 seconds and 3 players. I just don't think it's happening. Shots are just ringing on through, and they're even trying to quick throw at this point. Roadrunner's going to push on through, try to get them. The smoke makes it a little bit difficult, but eventually that Knack has enough bullets to take him down.
Mace getting the good old-fashioned last-second TK on his teammate there. Love it. But, they did invest a lot there. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But, again, last round of the half there. Mazer, very strong defense so far. uncrackable. And that's really Fierce's feeling the heat right now. 3 rounds are very important, particularly going into Mazer's 6 attacker rounds in the row, which is where, in my opinion, and as we talked about beforehand, that's where they shine.
Yeah, you got to be very worried for Fierce here. This is not exactly where they want to find themselves. Mesa are absolutely terrifying. Both of these teams with, well, saber-toothed animals as their logos. And
Yeah.
I mean, right now, Fierce looking more like puppies. They have really lacked the bite to be able to take away any of these rounds. And, well, now on the defense up against Mesa, I don't think it's getting any better. I mean, they're really going to have to kick it up a notch if they're going to do this. And I think Invictus Paladin, even though we saw the defenders win it last time, is not a particularly good map for these defenders unless you bring out something particularly strong. It's some kind of interesting strat, and I don't know if Fierce will be able to have that in the bag.
Absolutely. And, for their setup right now, looking like they want to dedicate at least 2 people to that Office could be very detrimental for them because Office has no sightline on Bomb. Even though Bomb diffuses out here, towards Shelving, I want to remind everyone this piece of Shelving in the middle is just rough for everyone. We're looking to see a power play here from Mazer, possibly a door charge even on dock number 4 here, or a wall, I'm not sure. So the one nice thing about starting defense is you see the maps. You can be like, oh yeah, we don't really need a wall charge on that C-store. Or, oh, we don't need a wall charge on that kill house. Let's use it here. This is the best map for it. And that's what makes, well, defense first can be very intimidating, I guess, for a lot of players. Just because attackers have that extra 50 health, have the flashbangs. That's the thing. But here, Fierce opening up dock number 2 by accident, maybe looking to get some information here, getting quickly pinged before closing again by the drone. But Mazer here looking to take control of that Shelving and really deny the angles slowly and methodically here. Marbles with the mop, hoping to find some big frags for his team and do the work that needs to be done.
I like as well that they're very aware that trying to contest servers is an exercise in futility. Maybe at these long angles for the Agre they can get something, but for the most part, they can be able to just take out that light and there's nothing you can do about it. Smoke invested here, interestingly, by Mazer. Fierce do have some good angles to try and contest the Agre. Already on that, Death will open things up and really put the pressure on. Marbles has to get into cover already. The Agre has to be careful as he that finds nothing. Adaxi is looking to try and push Death off, but there it comes. There comes the swarm that we know Mazer are so strong at. They push on in, they push on through. Amerta is already on that bomb, trying to get the defuse. As they're trying to push on back to try and reclaim something, they get traded back and forth and back, and Mace is still holding this angle. Death looking to just hold down the line as it is now 3 versus 2. Fierce, they found a couple of frags, but they lost so much control of pretty much everything, and Godspeed is just able to defend this. There it goes. The diffuser is there, and that is the kind of attack that we really do expect from Mazer at this point.
Absolutely fast and furious. I do want to point out some really amazing macro play, though, from Fierce here, even though they lost the round. That door charge there was really devastating for Fierce. Mazer putting great use to it with Death on that Saber, but that flare there was such an integral part of that defense because a flare in a flare in a Saber sight, we have found actually makes it much harder to use the Saber. It's very bright. It's really uncomfortable to use, and that's one thing we've actually seen more and more in the game now as we're figuring out these mechanics, is a flare in the face of a Saber can actually almost neutralize a Saber as well as a smoke.
Yeah, it's a really good approach, and obviously utilizing that flare that can sometimes go underutilized, especially by my teammates whenever I'm playing any games, to be completely honest with you. It's hard to use it effectively. Sometimes you don't know if they're going to go for the power, but obviously on that map we knew they were going to, so they brought the flares, and it only does the double duty as well of denying that Saber any kind of angles. Fierce with some good plays, and it is those little micro plays that they are particularly good at. The problem is that when it came to the macro, well, Mazer were all over them. Now we're over towards this kill house map, Sacred Point, and again, mostly default, got the breeze way, and this doesn't look like a good situation to be in either. They need to hold kitchen. That is one of the most important parts of this map.
Absolutely, they need to hold that kitchen, and Mazer wanting to take that kitchen from them. I'm very worried for Fierce here. As we see, they are calling out briefly before it was erased a wall charge straight in through kitchen, which I know, actually, when I was playing with Team Hypa before I moved to Slaughterhouse Esports, we did that against them in our DPL game, and we won this map because of that, from taking control of this kitchen, because it denies all of those wall bangs. And even then, you can sit behind here and protect yourself from behind, and you deny them getting any of those angles on you, even if they have to go club and shoot through that wall. Mazer here, very indecisive. I can't decide which way they're going, but either way, we know office is going to be important. Office and kitchen will be very important. And now it looks like they want to go for a pretty tried and true club take. At least that's what's drawn on the map. Death with the mop. That will be scary. One hit kill on any of the defenders, doing 135 damage, I believe, in the body. This is not looking good for Fierce.
It really isn't. A lot of strength on the squad for Fierce, right? Sorry, for Mazer right now. They're going to push on through, take control of the hallway pretty simply, and it puts some of that pressure on towards club. But no one actually sitting in there. The team's deciding it's probably better to not invest all too much. Surprised that they invest the door charge here to really get on through on there. No wall charge as well. They're not investing that on. They're saving it for that next map. But Marble's still waiting in office with Diagre and Adaxia's backup to try and hold that kitchen office area. There's a lot they have to work with. So very much, I think, playing the right angles that they need to be. The problem is obviously with these flashes, with these smokes, it can be also difficult to make them work. Star's the one with the auto shotty this time, not actually in the position that we saw last time. This time it's Vitals with just a normal shotgun, trying to deny that one. Mace is going to push on up. If Marbles gets the right angle and right timing, that Nat could make short work of them. They decide not to peek yet. They're playing the long game, even with Adaxi going down. You've got to be careful here. Murta and Mace move on in. Marbles is coming for the flank. Diagre goes down. Murta now knows they're behind, doesn't find a thing. Marbles, that's a disaster. And now it's just Vitals left as Stars gets wallbanged as well. Vitals go down to death, and that is just it. Again, another disgustingly efficient round coming out from Mazer attack.
I do want to point out Mazer, we talked about their ingenuity, sending, I think it was Mace through with the shotgun right here, shooting through and getting that red door open through 2 walls with that shotgun. I mean, come on. That's insane. And then also forcing Fierce to waste a molly on that red door while they pushed in through club.
Yeah, that was a really impressive play, and then they just easily close out the rest of the round. Marbles' flank not working out, a little bit of a disaster there for Fierce. They had the flank, they had the positioning, they had the timing and everything. He just whiffed the shots when it came to it. Did not manage to get that spray down and take someone out immediately, and then as a result just fell themselves. Did not manage to find anything, and they were really the last hope, and even that wasn't enough for Fierce to get anything more than a single frag on the board.
Yeah, I think just slightly a little late on that push as well, but also the knack, hard to use. That thing, it's called the bullet hose for a reason, I believe, in its description. That just, you lose control of that. It's like you're trying to put out a fire with fire, and it is hard to keep on target sometimes.
It really is.
Yeah. I know. I don't find much success with it. Have you, Rook?
I can't aim anyway, so it makes no difference. So yes, I find a lot of success with the knack. It's actually that, and maybe the Legros and one of the shotguns. I think the Defender shotgun is my favorite to really work with, because I'm a big shotgun boy.
Yeah, I know. I want to shout out quickly a friend, Sensei Snap, who plays for Rivals Team Havoc. Great guy, great stream if you guys are looking for some fun due process content. But he has sort of coined the term tub time, because of course the shotgun's called the tub. It's the tub 12, and so now the the sort of in-game meme that I love all the time is tub time. That's it. You know, it's a good time, and the gun feels so much more satisfying because actually the tub, while holding 1 less round than the attacker shotgun, actually gives you a faster movement speed. Mm-hmm. So you get a little more of that zipping around the map.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah. You got to be all over the place, and that's especially important for the defenders when they want to get those rotates on in. Being able to do that is ever so helpful. It's going to be a big problem for them, though, because this map is actually, if you're trying to do on those big rotates, if you don't have control of storefront, wow, you have to go the whole way around from Teller through to office, all the way around into here. It can be very difficult.
Absolutely, and also trying to deny that bathroom from them by making these rotates in the freezer. Um, Being able, you can actually clear an entire freezer rack just for some of our new players, so you don't have to find this out embarrassingly like I did from my DPL comrades. You jump and look down, and you get one shot, and they open the tellers here.
Oh, interesting. That is an interesting decision. They do actually invest the charge now. Moving things up. Responsive Molly.
Get some good damage on the Fierce, actually.
Wow, you can already see that. I think that's Marbles, who is ever so low already. Needs to be a little bit careful. And Teller's position is always important to try and hold. And if he goes down, that means that this execute could really fall apart. Knows they aren't going to get flanked, but the fact that they're even contesting that is a big mistake. And now they're down a player. Flashes go on in. Diagre is not finding anything early on here. Roadrunner trying to contest where they can. They open up the door. Diagre is waiting just around the corner. Wants to get someone, but Godspeed shuts him down. Vitals comes up with 2 big frags, though, as Mason and Wurter overextend. Even get taken down. Another Vitals going to be so important for this here. Adaxi now on the flank as well with Stars. It's 2 versus 2. And a very split Mesa might find themselves in a difficult situation, especially because we can see that Godspeed is so low. Roadrunner really trying to finish off that Stars player before they move on in towards this bomb. But a lot of time on the board, and this is important. Mesa did not get gummed up like we saw from other teams. Flash goes on in. Stars is there. They know exactly where they were. There's the spray. Adaxi is looking for that wallbang now and knows that's exactly the way they got to get it. They take down Roadrunner. But that was just an easy one-tap there. And they will be now sitting on bomb, trying to defuse. Godspeed, trying to bait it out, expecting something. It's actually likely going to go for that wallbang, try and find something, but it's not going to land.
Long finger.
Yeah, he's right on the edge, managing to try and get it there. Daxi getting sprayed down, but he's still alive. Can still find that shot. Just needs one well placed, but he doesn't get it at all. And well, Mesa, even with their older members coming back on Godspeed, find themselves 6-0. Not a surprise to see an attacking sweep, but that defensive half from them was especially spectacular.
7-0, oh yeah, coming out at the bottom of the map here for Mazer. They want this. And I know we talked about tellers. It caught me off guard being open, but they did find a lot of early damage there on Omerta, Death, and Roadrunner, actually. Really equalizing that playing field, even though at the time seemed like a mistake, but, you know, in my opinion, seemed to almost work out for them, letting Adaxi get that kill onto Roadrunner at the very end. But unfortunately, Godspeed not letting him find that frag on him.
Yep, brilliantly played. And Mesa, as he said, very much staring down the barrel of just ending this game right here. Fierce, well, either you look at this and go, all right, go next, or you really got to tough it out and pick up this this set 1, because that's obviously going to be particularly important here. Falling behind early, and then going into the second round with such momentum as well for Mesa. I know a lot of people, they think of the word momentum like, oh, this is just a buzzword cast is used, but I've been a player myself. It does make a difference. You're on an emotional high. You're going to rock on through. You're hitting your shots, and I can tell you that Mesa absolutely 100% are right now. And you really can just steamroll enemy teams because of that, even if there's not too much of a difference between you. And right now, Mesa are absolutely on that high, and they have no signs of stopping.
100%. And even, you know, I'm a competitive player too. I play in DPL. I'll be playing in the next match actually after this in Slaughterhouse versus Momentum. And it matters a lot just from a mental standpoint, because there's a point, you know, at now where Fierce is, you know, they're probably very tilted. They are very upset with this game right now. They are not happy because of that, it makes this sort of reverse sweep to a tie so much harder. And I quickly want to just talk about the top of this map here. You know, we've talked about Fierce and Mazer so much, and we're going to be able to talk about them too in the next game. I just want to point out in Toxic, you mentioned you love Toxic, Rook, isn't that right?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I love that it's kind of this interesting piece. It's not so great here because it's not really part of the map in the same way. You're more just using these side corridors, but I do like it as a concept.
But also, I mean, just the flavor here. An overturned silo knocked down with plywood stretched out over it to make it walkable across, you know? And the collapse sections, I love the look of it personally. Gives me a very real feeling of sort of industrial dread.
Yeah, I think Dredge was definitely something that was on the mind of the artists when they were really designing this game. So that makes a lot of sense. But it's actually going to be nowhere near toxic where our first action occurs. Marbles is going to be waiting here, doesn't manage to get a shot at all, and eats a lot of damage from Roadrunner as they push on up. Does manage to get the door closed, so they're going to be ever so important. Lights are out. And now the execute is likely to come. There's going to be 2 flares, one on Diagre. Is that? Yeah, one on Diagre and one on Vitals. They have something to work with. Mace on this fan here near Vitals. That could be really important if he tries to push on up for this. Vitals, I don't think he expects this at all. I don't think most of this squad expects anything. The shots come on out as they move on in. Stars does find that first frag, but Mace is pushing on in now. Gets Vitals, does Death. Actually, I thought it was going to be Mace who finds that, but Adaxi goes back towards it, eats a lot of damage, goes down to Mace. Death finds another, and now that back player of Stars in Conveyors is completely cut off. Marbles doesn't even find their mark, and Diagre now finds themselves on a little bit of a run to try and make it here in time. Mace is even going to look towards them, get that spray. It doesn't finish them off. They're oh so low, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be an easy defuse, and Mesa 7-0 game 1. What a start to the day for them.
Extremely exciting. Mazer are angry. Mazer are hungry, and their favorite food is fierce. I mean, unfortunate, but Death and Mace there coming in with a 3K and a 2K to secure that 7-0 win in spectacular fashion.
Absolutely. Really well played to start things off, and Mazer, the exact kind of play that I was expecting, dominance that I was expecting, especially after their performance yesterday. They look so good, and well, they seem to have not stopped at all. Good night's rest hasn't slowed them down at all. If anything, it's made them even sharper.
Absolutely. I mean, that is brutal. Even, not taking Smith in with them for that game, unfortunately, putting in Godspeed over Smith because they want this game so badly. They want it. I mean, honestly, I'm in shock. Shock and awe are all the only things I can think of from that Mazer performance.
Yeah, really brilliant stuff. And, well, there's still one more game to go. Will Mazer close it out 2-0, or will the comeback be sown in early on here in the second game? Will Fierce be able to put a single round on the board at all? All those questions and more going to get answered in about 5 minutes while we have a short break between now and then. Don't go anywhere, because more Due Process League action is coming your way. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Due Process League's Due Process Open, brought to you by Dreamhack. I am Rook, and I'm joined by Zombie Bacon as we are back for the second game here between Mesa and Fierce. And well, game one, it was quick, wasn't it?
Quick is an understatement, and I think a better word would be beat down. 7-0 for Mazer.
Yeah.
Kind of shock and awe, really. These are currently, yes, they're two great teams. They're currently both sitting at the top of the standings in DPL, with Mazer in first and Fierce in second. But Mazer here showing relentless brutality and giving no quarter to Fierce. They are finding nothing, and Fierce just not able to even make a dent in Mazer at this point. They haven't had any real. There haven't been real close clutches, in my opinion. They're just not winning these gunfights. And Mazer also flexing their muscles too. I want to throw it back to that Kill House map we saw, where I believe it was Mace or Death who shotgunned a red door through 2 walls, through 2 of them. You know, and that's the kind of thing that leaves me sitting here just like, wow, oh no. Particularly having to go into, I will be playing in the next semifinal match, and then the possibility of going into that, I am scared.
Bro, I can barely hit a shotgun shot through no walls. How does he hit it through 2? Like, absolutely on top of it. And Mazer, they really do push the boundaries of what you see in this game. And Fierce, they said they've had some stuff they talked about. They're hyped for game 2. They're still ready in here to play. Now, we talked about it a little bit. Round 1 and 2, I really do feel like should have been theirs. But Fierce, they spent too much time hanging around, didn't they?
Absolutely, and I think they're nervous, and rightfully so. Mazer, tough opponent, but there's a point where the lack of confidence just becomes detrimental, and I think that is the place Fierce is at right now. They need that locker room talk. They need the pep talk. Addicts needs to get in there. Marbles needs to get in there and hype his boys up and assure them that they do belong here and that they can take Mazer on.
Absolutely do. Because if they don't get their morale up anytime soon, things could look very, very peaky. 7-0 start could end up with a 7-0 second game as well if they don't really get themselves together. I don't think it will be. I do think, regardless of what happens, I think Fierce will come back a little bit stronger here and at least find a round. But I think it's going to be a hard-fought battle for them to be able to pick up this game as a whole and bring it back to that 1-1 scoreline so that we don't just only have 2 matches here. But again, they know what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
They've proven it before. There's a reason they're one of the top teams in the DPL. They just got to show us that level of class here today, right now. It's now or never.
Absolutely. They are, quite literally looking death in the face. The player here really wanting to, bringing it to him. Death and Mace doing work, and this is an exciting place for Fierce to be in as we get into our first map here. Daedalus Hermit, actually one of our newer Kill House maps. And Rook, I don't know if you have seen this.
Together. I think we casted it together.
I think
you're
right.
This courtyard.
Yeah, the wonderful courtyard of many windows, of many eyes.
That is the courtyard of death, and he might actually be playing those angles as well.
I hope he is, because that'll just make it that much better, really. As well with that, it's a scary place to be. Mazer on the attack here and looking for that hyper aggressive sort of split take, looking to not only push through lockers, and I'm assuming the shotgun open this red door in the north to let in their boys, but also calling out early this back sofa here. So what's really interesting about this map, aside from this courtyard, aside from the sort of creativity we don't normally see with Kill House maps, these sofas in the back are actually, in my opinion, one of the most important parts of this map, because of the way this stage is with the sandbag cover that is bulletproof. Actually, you can stand up on one arm of the sofa and actually shoot over it and directly into this courtyard, which is where Mazer is wanting to make their entry. And if Fierce plays this right, they are in a very good setup to win this. Stars with the auto shotty, doing the normal thing now, dropping the gun, picking it back up to hide the single magazine right here by the bottom of backstage, as Fierce is scared. They're playing this very far back, looking to play more of a retake style rather than straight up contention, as Mazer makes their way through the glass, making sure they take out every single pane.
Yeah, making sure they don't get too pigeonholed on that one. And that arm that you were talking about before, Vitals, is playing exactly that position. And this is what we expect from Fierce. They're a team that knows those micro options and does like to really heavily utilize them. They've got some HEs, especially on Death, to try and open up this barbed wire. We need to see Mesa push on through here. They've already taken a lot of damage in the opening exchanges here through Courtyard. No one has quite gone down yet. An important barbed wire takeaway, but with 3 or 4 players watching it, it could still be a very terrifying position to try and move, even if you are schmoving on through it.
Yeah, Godspeed and Mace very low, though, dangerously so.
Yeah, they've been putting so much pressure on. That's a good smoke to go on in there. Mota getting it absolutely in the right position, but Agre is still out in the open, but as we've seen before, this is just Mesa through and through. That executor so clean, and Stars is trying to find something there with the auto shotty to clean things on up, but that wallbang ain't gonna work out. I think Stars very sensibly not contesting all too much, maybe trying to find that spray on through. Does actually find Death there, and these 2 players are actually kind of low. Maybe they find something more, but doesn't manage to stop the defusal. At least manages to save that auto shot he Stars.
At very least denying it from the attackers there, but I do want to point out that outside smokes normally don't really work through the roof anymore, but because backstage is raised, Omerta, again, Mazer showing off that game knowledge, Omerta landing it perfectly, denying not only Vital's line of sight in the back here from standing up on that sofa, but also from the fellow Fierce lads in the back of backstage. They can't do anything. Mazer enters for free. What are you going to do against that? You really can't do much. I didn't see much mollies out. That was really a save round for Fierce there. I don't think they expected to win that map, and they didn't.
Yeah, they just couldn't find a way on in, even with all that damage. When they get split up, they just can't deal with those pushes, and I think that's something which is, I mean, a lot of problems. A lot of teams have that problem when Mesa go for their executes. You kind of talked about it at the very start before we even had a game. These angels are where it's going to often come down to, and that's where Mesa, they do very much excel. They're really good at playing off of that, and well, we saw exactly that. When the smoke went down, they pushed on in, and the frags just came thick and fast.
Yeah, this coordination as well as just sheer individual player talent is through the roof. Literally through the roof here with a green entry through storefront, getting up there and crashing through the top like a 90s SWAT movie. But flaming keyhole's the name of our map, and I want to talk about the keyhole right here. Now, I don't know if you've seen this, Rook. Have you seen this map before?
I think I have.
Well, what's so fascinating about this, and what is kind of, in my opinion, funny, is this window right here can be such an important part of taking site, but it's very, how should I say, dangerous, because you can actually get locked in. So if you're an attacker who goes in here and is fighting that gunfight, finding those kills, a defender, a very, very sneaky one, I might add, can actually run back into Teller, hit the button, and lock you in. So you can't get in or out from your little keyhole here, which will, I'm excited to see how Mazer is going to utilize it with some very interesting drawings from them. They're doing
I have no
abstract
idea
art.
what's going on with those cameras. Sorry, with those drawings.
Yeah.
It makes it very difficult to know what's going on. But it does look like there's probably going to be something happening in Bathroom Freezer from those circles from Mesa. And I think that's a pretty good guess, because obviously Bathroom and Freezer, always important to hold, especially when you're executing on into office, as they open up Shed and already putting that pressure on in. Molly forced out from Marbles, and they still have the auto shotty. Keep that in mind. That is very strong a power weapon to have available.
Yeah, and Mazer here doing some very interesting things. Normally, teams only take one shotgun into Kill House or into C-Store, but here we see Mazer taking 2. One on Mace, one on Omerta to open up those doors. Ooh.
Well played by Daxi. Finds the frag onto Roadrunner and might look for a bit of a roam of their own. But Marbles.
Clear the corner.
What the? Death needs to be careful here because he is dancing with himself. But Godspeed backs him up and means that they don't go down. Vitals manages to slip on in, but with that SMG, Death is able to deal with them. Mace is waiting and looking to push through said keyhole that you mentioned before.
No, he's locked in.
He's locked in, but he's still trying to find something here, stop someone from being on in there. But Adaxi has really shown up. People were calling for the Adaxi carry, and here it is. Mace completely caught off guard here. Now cannot do a thing. Giving away the fact that they're in that position means that now the round is over.
Yep, they're looking at their pet in the cage now. Don't know what they're going to decide to do.
Rage. He's still just Mace in a cage.
Yep. And the very nice rip and smiley face coming out from our boys at Fierce here. Man, that is
unfortunate.
unfortunate.
They got a clacker as well. I want to point this out for Adaxi. Clacker picked up. Not much else in the way of weaponry. They didn't really mess around with that at all.
I think they're going for the kill.
Oh, can they get it? Can they get it? Dagray is holding the angle, trying to find something here, but Mace.
I think they're going to secure the round first and then go for it. Very smart from Fierce here, even though the round was already won for them. Open it. Oh, he missed! And then he got it. There we go.
Good stuff.
Good save.
Yeah, really good round for Fierce, and they finally put one on the board.
Yeah, very, very good round. You know, unfortunately losing 2 members, but that flank from Adaxi there, coming in through the back, in the bathroom, and then just laying waste to Mazer there. That's a tempo shift for Fierce. They obviously got the pep talk they needed. They got the encouragement, and they are ready to reverse the scores here and take the game over Mazer.
And obviously, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and that single step is this first round here for Fierce. It was a good round from them. A little bit of a mistake, obviously, on a couple of the plays from Mazer, but solid nonetheless. And I want to point out, they just took a round off of Mazer's attack. That has to mean something, right?
Oh, it absolutely does mean something. And it means that Fierce here looking to win. Even that single round, if they play their attack right, 6 attacker rounds in a row, could be very, very dangerous for Mazer here. And man, this is going to be a closer game than the last, I am sure, just from seeing that round. Now, one thing I am interested to see here, we do see Mazer discussing where they want to use their wall charge here, where they want to use it. We do see Fierce here actually calling out the wall charge in from dock versus the one from storage directly onto site. Will be interesting to see what they do decide to go with, but will be very, very, very close for them. Mazer gonna have to win these gunfights that they have done in the past, but not always. It looks like it's gonna be that dock wall charge. Fierce calling it out, reading that book, and I am scared for Mazer here. We do see an individual Fierce member going to be watching the green door, possibly one sitting behind this wonderful, wonderful pile of boxes here on dock. 2 of them maybe. And we do see Marbles on the mop, hoping to do some work. That's going to be a huge power weapon as well. Vitals bringing back that, actually, pardon me, Vitals with the KR. I thought that was the auto shotty. Excuse me, and excuse my bad call there. With Death on the Saber, though, they're looking to find these frags.
Here they are. And I'm really sorry, Mazer. I was talking about this exact wall charge so many times on stream yesterday. It came up a couple. We had very similar maps, not exactly the same. I think we might have had it, but what?
Marbles got maced. Marbles got maced through a pixel.
Oh my god, that was beautiful from Marbles there. I can't believe he actually found that. Mace goes down, and that's an early frag that is always going to be impactful here. They do still have the
Adex with the shotgun, though. He doesn't check the corner.
Roadrunner, you need to get that one. They do. Oh, okay, they trade
trade
1 for 1. Not exactly where they want to find themselves. Death was the one to actually finish off Adaxi there, but it's not the end of the world now. The issue is they're going to have to move on through this wall, and you have to feel like it's probably been predicted now, and they've already gotten so much value out of this position that Marbles and Stars and Adaxi were all kind of holding. And now they're going to try and rotate around. I like that they're changing up what they're doing, that flash as well. Maybe distract away from where the push would initially be presumed to be.
And they also haven't placed the wall charge yet. It's still sitting on dock, so they have a lot of flexibility here.
Yeah, I like they're potentially going for this. They didn't pick it up. It is
no, they have it. Death has it right now in his hands.
Oh, okay, sorry. I
think they're going to use it on the green double door.
Good idea. It goes on through here. They try to blow it away, but they don't get anything. They don't even clear out that barbed wire that is sitting behind it because that center is not behind the wall the door directly. So this is a really well-placed barb. This is going to be such a pain for them.
And the molly.
And the molly denies Death entirely. Murta tries to make that push happen, and Fierce have come to play a 2-1 start and completely gutting the offense here of Mesa. They really are looking for this comeback.
They really are, and they want it. Adex being the only member to fall, and even then, Mazer feeling themselves maybe a little too much, not checking these corners, not clearing these things, and that is really being their downfall here. Unfortunate. Great sort of on the fly ingenuity with taking that wall charge to green door, but unfortunately, like you said, not able to find that barb. And if that barb was found, it would have been a different round. But great call from Fierce there, and man, Mazer looking for these defense rounds now. They got to stop the Hippos. They got to stop the Stampede. I don't know if Hippos stampede, but I'm going with it. I'm rolling with it.
I don't think they stampede, but hippos are one of the most dangerous animals ever.
Yes.
They are absolutely terrifying. Genuinely, they might look at them and go, "Oh, those are like the one for is it like Cushell? Maybe you don't have that in the US, but like basically it's this like purple hippo on a bunch of toilet paper commercials, and it's like, oh, it's all so cute, it's all so nice. No, hippos are like terrifying murder animals, and I think the Fierce logo really does capture that. And well, so far their play in this game has very much shown that as well. Some impressive stuff and some really great defense.
Absolutely, some great defense. I'm sorry, I have to talk about it. Diagra, streamer and amazing artist, as we see in the southeast corner of the map with his man there. Man, they are looking to draw power from that drawing. I can't tell if he's a cowboy or a pilgrim with that huge hat.
He's got a gun, so it must be a cowboy, right?
Yeah, I would assume. Well, I mean, pilgrims had guns, didn't they?
I don't know anything about American history. I don't know anything about the pilgrims. I'm not gonna lie.
Nah, we did a. Yeah, I was gonna say I feel like the Revolutionary War is sort of a sore subject sometimes. I can imagine not wanting to know much about it. Again, Mazer coming out with a drawing of their own, hopefully to counteract the good karma of Daya here, as Fierce goes for a very standard 3-2 split and a very aggressive take. It looks like.
Absolutely. Aggression has often been the name of the game for a lot of squads in this tournament so far, but a good barb here. I actually really love this barb on the entry to office, and also the exit from office. Some really nice plays on the whole, knowing that these are going to be the angles that really we can contest it. They're not looking to shoot through courtyards so much, which is an interesting take on a map that I generally feel that's exactly what you want to do, but instead just choosing, hey, we're going to play last line of defense, maybe go for some more lines through here, but mostly just play for the jewels and know that we can win. The problem is when one flash goes in, they're going to get flashed everywhere. That's the problem.
Absolutely. Roadrunner and Death, both with KR, is going to be looking for these strong gunfights on two of the strongest members here, as well as Mace with the Gruber. Looking at that green door, very scary for Fierce here if they're not able to win these trades.
Here it is. You can see that those barbed wires are in position already. Muerta ready and waiting in some of these spots. Death finds the first player. Vitals pushes through that barbed wire and, well, obviously sees exactly what happens when you try and do that. HE to go in to clear it out, but the frags are coming thick and fast. Muerta is holding this angle, pushing out onto Stars. It's traded back and forth. Godspeed completely shuts his own teammate down, and now it is 2 versus 3 instead of the 2 versus 4 that they couldn't find themselves on. But if you are Mesa right now, you're pretty happy with your position, especially managing to get that shot onto Adaxi. Godspeed making up for their mistake earlier. And now Stars has no utility, no nothing, and has to push through a barbed wire with only 25 seconds on the clock. As soon as they're kicking it out, there goes the molly, and that time is just getting eaten through right now. Stars is even taking a more defensive angle, but even then, Godspeed gets straight. And they even up the scoreline, picking up a win on this. So far, defenders have won this map both times.
They even it up, and I think it's because, Daya's drawing got erased. Mazer's didn't. Drawing a lot of power from that, a lot of the good karma, the good juju, and now Mazer picking up both KRs. Really did work for them. Really aggressive defense from them, despite holding the one room. Deciding to take something like a KR and also deciding to take both of your KRs on a map like that and giving them to, I believe it was on Death and Mace, I believe. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Rock. But very, very strong confidence in the aim game. They knew they were going to land those shots. They did. They won those fights, and it worked out for them.
Absolutely. Those duels come up big. And yeah, generally just really solid gunplay there from Mesa. Fierce not quite able to scratch, get a scratch properly on that defensive hole. And it wasn't too much strategy, some nicely placed barbs and just spraying it on through. That's what we like to see. And they're going to be prepping again for Flaming Keyhole. Hopefully this time they don't mess around with that keyhole and get caught out in it, and instead play more to the strengths of the defense here. So
I
generally
think
looking for bathroom freezer and maybe arcade storage.
Now, actually, interesting note on that. What I have seen generally on C-Store maps, particularly with a green entry through storefront, if you don't want to commit a wall charge to get into site, generally what we see is what Fierce is drawing out here. This sort of pieing of the map. So actually basically cutting that map in half and then entering through storage, going towards Teller there, and really attacking the map from the, in this case, the southeastern side. Very, very, very textbook play. Not looking for this red door in the bathroom play that Mazer did, which didn't work out for them. But I am interested, and we see a little, I guess,
going on the left-hand side.
On the left-hand side, we got some modern art museum stuff, some, Dali, Picasso, very abstract. But then on the right, we have good old-fashioned Daya with the kung fu or karate or some sort of martial arts man on top of the car, no less, balancing his way to victory here.
He really do be doing it, huh?
Yeah,
and maybe they're looking to bring that kung fu action grip to their hold on these sites right now. They want to get into that office and then obviously not get wall banged out of that position. It's not too bad in this one, as long as you take office. Actually, the bathroom isn't too much of a problem, but obviously you gotta get there first. Storage gets opened and Roadrunner is absolutely speeding away from that
Neo.
He makes it out just barely there before going down, even with all the players on the top trying to, well, spray him out of that position. But still a lot of control over this left-hand side, and it seems like it's yet another position for the defenders, for Mesa, where they give up the most of the control of the map and just go, all right, we'll just win our gunfights, we'll do that. And they have some really nice barbs to try and stop the pushes in general.
Absolutely, and talking about stopping those pushes, they have really challenging positions here. Star's taking a lot of damage from that molly. Oh, through the keyhole actually from Vitals.
Yeah, really well played. Gets that shot on in. That HE and everything else means that while Stars Falls, Marbles will be able to get that frag back, and Molly by some time 3 players. But the keyhole just working its magic right now. The Agre is still trying to hold in this bathroom and push up with the Axie. Molly will buy some time and to push back on in. Marbles needs to win that. They do indeed, and this is looking like a great execute here from Fierce, and exactly what they needed here in round number 5. They pick up the round and only lose 1 player for it. Gotta be pretty happy with that.
Very, very happy if you're Fierce here, and not so happy if you're Mazer trying to play that. But honestly, very unfortunate for Death there, actually swinging on Vitals at an angle he knew he was at. Really unfortunate, but Vitals finding those shots and punishing Mazer for trying to fight that green door with his buddies in arcade. But quickly before we leave, bunch of Dance Dance Revolutions machines. That's how you know it's an outstanding establishment.
You do indeed. I mean, honestly, dancing is a great way to spend time. Sorry. Okay, I was going to go on a tangent there saying, wow, dancing is good. I'm just going to say dancing is good rather than boring you with all of that stuff and just being one of those casters who just, rambles on. And instead focus more on what we got to see.
I feel a little slightly attacked here, Rook.
Yeah, you're being attacked. You know what? You came at me with the revolution stuff. You can go, I'm not going to say rude words because we're on stream.
I think you're just upset that we remain undefeated against you. So, anyway.
Yeah, but okay, no, I'm not going to say that. That would be with a lot of American viewers here. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to bury the hatchet. We'll go with that one. But
bury the hatchet.
You're going to see again players looking towards that exact same wall opening. Will it happen this time? Will they? Won't they? It's the story of a generation.
I think they're looking for it, honestly, looking for specifically a very strong peek onto a possible member of Mazer defending that angle long with a mop here. I believe that's probably going to be a smoke through the roof or a nade possibly to clear out this section. But more importantly, this member of Fierce here looking down, playing that fan angle, being slightly erased, but looking to get that pick as Fierce tries to go through this dock. And I'm sure this time Fierce going to be checking this corner of dock number 4 to make sure it doesn't bite them, just like Addix was able to bite Mazer and secure this round for his team.
Yeah, you got to check your corners, and if someone dies to a dock position that I'm highlighting again, I will scream. That is not a place you should be dying to. That was a big mistake, honestly, to lose. I think it was death as they pushed up super aggressively there. Big mistakes. I do hope that we see this picks again, the sight line all the way through here. That was a really good play to be able to find something early, and it's the kind of thing that these top level teams are looking to abuse where they can. Just play these angles and, well, just know the timings. They have a great understanding of the game. They should leverage it heavily.
Oh, this will be interesting, though. Omerta looking for the early peaks on Fierce as they run around. Will he get one or will he get got?
Stars is looking towards it, expecting something here, but Omerta peeks out, doesn't find anything, and backs off. Oh, Smoke goes in.
He's too high. He might be able to see over it.
I think he will be. That is going to be really impactful. In fact, well, they can see Omerta too. That's an important thing to keep in mind there, as they do actually land some shots back, trying to finish them off. Smoke goes on in to try and deny that push, and well, as it dissipates, they execute one in. And this time, Fierce make a pretty easy execute onto this position, much better than they previously had. I think that wall charge is down. It is indeed, and it's executed. And now Roadrunner is going to be forced out of position. Godspeed as well knows that things could get rather peaky if they're not careful. Adaxi is rushing right on up in there. Godspeed trying to get some kind of wall bangs, but doesn't find anything yet. Adaxi just spraying on through. Death is the first to fall as Vitals continues to allow their team to push on forward. Marbles can't push through that. Okay, actually can push through the fan. Didn't think it was currently in that position, but oh wow. Omerta going down there. Marbles doesn't quite manage to stop Roadrunner, but well, Roadrunner gets stopped by his own team as Mace finds 3 with 1 shot, but only 1 of his own team, unfortunately, there, but still has this auto shotty. And it's 2 versus 3. They can hold these angles, however. Flashed away the molly to stop Vitals from pushing. That is a brilliant position, but Mace falls. Godspeed versus 2 does not have the auto shotty. Instead, opting to go. Oh, Stars punishes him.
Looking for the gun. Unfortunate for Godspeed. Unfortunate. And Fierce here going for that 2-4. Man, if only he would have survived if he had stood over here and picked it up, but instead he went for the long angle, too worried about the Saber, and Stars securing the round.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. And again, Fierce showing us that despite the 7-0, they are still a solid team, and now they're in the lead going into the second half. Well, they're in a fantastic spot. What do we need to see from Mazer here? Because it feels like they just don't have the same grasp of it this time round.
Yeah, Mazer is shook. They are scared. And granted, they, even if, you know, they need to take 1 defense round. They need to. It's simple as that. They have to. If they don't, it's a fierce steamroll on them. Going, I mean, this is a change of pace from a 7-0 to a possible 7-2. This is not a place that Mazer wants to be. And because of that, we're looking for Mazer to exploit these newer maps here. Bronze warning here. I assume that's a
rank, you know?
Yeah. It's like, I think it's like a DEF CON or something like that.
I have no idea. Isn't it normally primary colors like red, yellow, green? Oh no, green's not primary color.
Maybe
bronze, right?
Yeah, I think maybe for some peasants, but you know, here we do bronze on due process. We have precious metals.
Exactly.
But looking for a very advanced take here from Fierce, even though it's pretty standard. We have 2 members going up into Breezeway, although that might change, and possibly 3 looking to go through Brickhouse and really pincer Mazer here. What I'm assuming what they're trying to do is basically secure Brickhouse and push the members of Mazer back into Club and force them into the wallbang firing line of Fierce. Will be very, very rough for them as well, looking to really take the site from both sides here. This will be interesting to see how this plays out. Barb's coming out, very conservative barb count here. Looking at 2 or possibly 3 from Mazer. Really more focusing on this backstage brick house push. 1 through the green door and 1 on those stairs. But interesting thing about stage, actually. If you molly stage, it can actually, and it falls either slightly short or slightly long, the molly actually still blooms under the stage, and you can actually be running and taking damage on top of a molly without actually seeing the fire right now. Hopefully that'll be fixed soon, but something to keep in mind, and something that has had me say, wait a minute, too many times.
Well, I would like to say the stage is made out of wood. It makes sense, you know? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
obviously, you would like to be able to see it, but I would argue, you know, that was an intended feature.
I understand.
But yeah, no, you need to be careful that you don't cut out by these. These guys are experienced players. They should be aware of what's coming, and they'll know how to deal with that effectively. So not all too worried about that, at least here. You yourself, even though you're an experienced player, sometimes you still get fire out. Kind of disappointed. But players trading back and forth, no damage coming on through. Well, that'll lead anyone to die, but a little bit back and forth, sorry.
Looking for those wall bangs. Barb going away. Roadrunner with the reactive barb addicts, not dynamic, coming out. Ooh.
Indeed. A lot of shots, but not a lot of hitting. As I say that, Adaxi takes down a Roadrunner. Won't be getting out of that one, as Godspeed is now going to have to try and push up to make sure they have at least some semblance of kitchen control. The flash goes on in, and now, ooh, that shotgun almost lands on Godspeed. It puts them in a very sticky situation now. 4 players all hold up in the same angle. Mazer, we know that they can win these duels, but it's going to be ever so difficult. Oh, Diagre was holding the angle, and Muerta go way too over-aggressive there. Now 3 players waiting in this angle. They must be running out of shots sometime soon. You got to be oh so worried about that death. Doesn't manage to take down Stars. Stars wins it out. That is not where you want to find yourself. Mace comes up big, takes down Adaxi. Needs to win something more. Godspeed sprays him down. Can they take down Diagre, though? They've got Stars and Diagre both to deal with, but Stars waiting in the smoke does finish off Godspeed. And that'll be the round. Fierce. 5 rounds to their name right now. In such a good spot. They really are coming back, and that momentum that was very much favored Mazer is starting to peter out.
Yeah, and they want that. Mace there almost securing 3 kills for himself there. A real hero play there with those 2. And then Godspeed finding the 1, but not able to find any more, unfortunately. Running into Stars, like you said, in the smoke, waiting. But securing the kill and the win for his team there. Fierce feeling themselves here, 5-2. Very pleasant spot to be in, but not securing the tie just yet. There's still a very real chance here for Mazer, particularly such a strong team, despite their wavering. I mean, this Mazer can do it, but they got to win every single round from here on out. It's a very real possibility, but do they have the mental capacity to bring it home?
Yeah, so normally I'd look at this and go, it's not too bad for Mazer. They have their attacking half, which is pretty much 3 rounds for them. The defending half is where this is really going to be a problem. They need to pick up these 2 rounds. But I think for the most part, this actually isn't too much of an issue. You're looking at this and, well, Mazer, they haven't been able to win every attacking round. In fact, they have a negative win rate on attacking rounds so far this series, so far this game. That puts them in a very unique situation for themselves where it's very precarious and they don't have a lot of room to work with.
Absolutely. And even, speaking of that, they need to win. This is the round they need to win. This is the make or break for them. Mental, emotional, and also just frankly, because it's round number 6 for Fierce here, that can become a tie very quickly, and that's not what we want to see. But what I'm assuming here, we're going to get a good old-fashioned through the storefront, normal push as well. Probably, I'm assuming, putting 3 members there, possibly 2 through storage. Again, looking at that arcade angle, maybe hoping the shotgun open that red door. I'm not quite sure yet. But again, talking about slicing up the map, that's what Fierce likes to do. A 2-3 split, and then pushing the members of Mazer away from that bomb. Mazer here going to need to find those picks, going to need to find that damage, and they're looking for it. Omerta, I think, with the auto shotty, looking to do a lot of work for his team here as well. Roadrunner with the leg roast, like we had talked about, for those specific wall bangs onto bomb. Let's hope they find something here as Fierce exits the truck.
And already pacing towards storefront. A lot of different executes very possible for the squad. They're even going to open up storage and actually make the rotate coming in from Mace to try and put some pressure on towards it. But still keeping their eyes forward towards that storefront. No one at all contesting storage. No utility, nothing. I think Roadrunner is the only person looking in that general direction. Even they're going to push off shots that almost even find them early on there. Got to be kind of careful. Mace aware that with that execute, they themselves in arcade are going to find themselves in a difficult spot. Trying to put some pressure on with that super shorty. But unfortunately, no one is close enough to be able to take him down like that. Mace is still holding the angle. Long in arcade here, but also wants to put that pressure towards storefront as it has been open. Flash goes on in. Mace ducks behind one of the machines. And the rest of the squad do push on in. And there you say, Amerta gone, Death gone, Mace gone. It's all falling apart. Mazer's defenses have looked lackluster, to say the best so far. Even takes down Roadrunner for good measure. That's just Godspeed and the Knack to try and close.
Oh, he's running into the wall. He can't see.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
6 rounds here for Fierce in spectacular fashion. Clean sweeping Mazer, honestly. And then looking for some loot. Adex picking up the auto shotty. Vitals grabbing the KR. All things that they really, really want. And man, that has to hurt as Mazer. That's the round tie. At very least, the tie secured here for Fierce. But man,
which means we will be having a third game.
I absolutely will be having a third game here, and this is a change of pace. You know, I know we keep saying that, but man, it's astonishing to go from a 7-0 to being possibly a tie or even a 7-2. Mazer here not looking in a great spot currently, as Fierce is hoping to clear out the round here on their final push to secure the win.
You've had a lot of old school maps so far today. Do you think that's been a big part of what has allowed Fierce to make this comeback?
I would say so. I think these are maps that Fierce are well versed on, well practiced on, and not to say that Mazer isn't as well practiced as Fierce, but Fierce drilling these things in as Mazer definitely tends to get a little more experimental in their scrims. You know, trying out new things all the time, and that's what secured them the 7-0 in the first half with those newer maps, but now the classics coming back to bite them slightly in favor of Fierce. Again here, speaking of classic maps, Apollo Spear. Looking for a possible Office take. Office very strong on here just because of how detrimental shelving is. Although Mazer looking to concede Office entirely, rather most likely to play around Perch and shelving. Now, Perch is a relatively new thing. However, even for that, this map layout has been around with us for a few weeks. So the possibility of, I'm expecting at least one person from Mazer to be playing up there, if not most likely on the highway at very least. And here, again, Fierce likes to split push. That's what they do. It's in their book. It's in their brain and their blood. And that's what they want. I'm assuming a power play since they're looking to contest storage so drastically. And from that will really make holding these long angles in the dock factory area very, very difficult for Mazer as well. We see a 2-2-1 push here, actually. 2 through servers, 2 through office, and 1 going through fan, which may be a deciding factor here for Fierce. Again, we see Omerta with the mop, I believe. Yes. Again, looking for an early peek onto Fierce. Not quite yet, but might do later with Godspeed playing out on shelving as Omerta moves across. But Stars with the super shorty for opening those doors. Very scary as an attacker to have that, so that way you can have an actual gun in your hand outside of a shotgun.
But this fan is going to be a problem, and Werther needs to be really aware of this. They don't actually go up towards it. Vitals and Adaxi not moving up at all. I assume Marbles is going to be setting up this smoke and then likely playing from there. You can see that the all the drawings going on from this does belie that is going to be happening. There it goes. There's the smoke.
Doesn't go through.
Oh, no, that's a disaster. That could be really problematic here. The Mortar now likely aware that someone could be looking through that fan in just a couple of short seconds. Marbles likely going to move to that position. It actually Vitals push through this office position. Marbles getting ready to head on up. Mortar not looking at right angle. Could go down. The lights go out. Mace is still holding here. Wants to get that shotgun shot. The molly goes on through. That gives a little bit of light and allows Mace to find the shot. But Vitals hits 2 all-important shots as Marbles knows that pushing through this fan, while useful and necessary, could lead them to a very swift end. And Mortar doesn't win the duel. These duels we were praising Mazer for being oh so strong at have really not been their forte so far in this game. It has been a disaster for them, and it looks like it's curtains for the rest of the squad. Death is the only one remaining. Sure, they win this duel versus Marbles, but this comeback is highly unlikely and not even a possibility, as that's going to be the game, going over this time 7-2, but to Fierce.
Man, Fierce looking very strong coming out of this. Vitals with the 3K, really doing the work for his team. But man, that means we're going to game 3 after an astonishing game 1 and even more surprising game 2. It comes down to the wire with 2 incredibly strong teams. Man.
Pivoting back and forth. It's a bit like a seesaw, these teams trading tit for tat, and with Fierce on top after game 2. Game 3 is really that open book that we were talking about before. This is not where we expected us to find ourselves.
Absolutely. We were expecting, I'll admit, I was expecting a 2-game sweep from Mazer here, and that's not what they delivered. The first game certainly was pointing towards that with a clean 7-0, but to then not even have a close game, a 7-2 win for Fierce. Mazer's got to be scared, and Fierce has to be sitting pretty with it. I mean, they got to be very, very, very happy with what's going on.
Absolutely. We do have that third map coming up as Mazer and Fierce take each other to the very bitter end. We're going to have a short 5-minute break while we get set up for that one. Don't go anywhere because more due process action is coming your way. One more game between Mazer and Fierce here. 7-0 start, 7-2 comeback for Fierce as they started to make themselves heard. This is it. We didn't expect to find ourselves at this third game after a start like that, but I mean, Fierce really have turned up and shown that they are a team to be contested.
Absolutely. I am really excited for this game, and the teams are even more excited. They actually got in before we had a chance to do an intro, and now we're getting right into the action, which I think everyone wants. Real quick, just to talk about this map, very interesting map, one of the newer ones here, Long Tempest, keeping this breezeway that we saw during the holiday update, which I'm a big fan of personally, and it's sort of more interior breezeway with these bricks surrounding it. I have heard rumors that apparently you can jump over this small section of that breezeway brick, but I'm not sure. I don't want to give some false information here, but at very least, I'm sure Fierce will want to be peeking that at very least as well. Looking for a club entry into backstage. And then, of course, we have the very nice Mace will be here, call out from Fierce as they're on this attacking side. This is a scary position to be on as Fierce as well. You know, we have last game we saw Mazer not being that strong of an attack, but I think they're looking to change that up. Smith with the auto shotty here, putting in Smith over Omerta, I believe. Smith coming out, looking to make some things work as Fierce gets into the round.
Yep. Looking to change up that roster, and I think it's definitely an interesting call. They found themselves struggling later on in this series, so change things up. Don't be shy. You've only got one shot, and well, looking to make it count right now. Aggression early on, Adaxi and Stars going to just clear their way on through. Death trying to keep them back where they can. Execute comes on through into Club. They're going to be able to take that as well. Still a lot of control of at least Office and Hallway. But 3 players moving on up. They really want to contest far up here, and Mace still holding that long angle through Breezeway as Marbles is just trying to put that pressure on, make sure there's no angle to try and properly retreat from. See Vitals and the rest of the gang looking for a way on in here. I don't think they brought the wall charge, which could have been so useful, but they're going to push Maze anyway. They're going to push right on through Maze. That's the backup of Kitchen. Doesn't know when they're coming. There it is, and now Roadrunner's going to have to hold this long angle against these players.
Roadrunner runs into the frag.
That is a mistake and a half from Roadrunner here. That is a disaster. And now they're down to 3 players. This is not the starter you wanted to find. If you are Mazer right now, Fierce have started to feel themselves, and they are demonstrating in such a manner. That's a molly. Good. Daxi barely stays alive. One more tick, and that would have been a no-no for Daxi. Smith still waiting around this corner. Wallbang's trying to come on in. Death doesn't happen. The molly goes on through. Smith is safer now, but they're sitting on the bomb, trying to get that defuse, trying to spray on through, but it gets taken down. Vitals lands the shot, but Adaxi goes down. Godspeed's coming up big. Needs to find just 3 more to get it out, but it ain't enough, and the defuse goes on through as well. Fierce getting that all-important kill onto Mace over in Kitchen pretty much ended the round there. They would just had such a great spot to push on it.
Man, and Fierce here. That was an expensive round for Mazer. Auto shotty, 2 KRs, end mop. Oh no, they are not happy. Oh man, that is rough for Mazer. They are not going to be having fun. I'm sure Smith is very upset with that round. Losing so much, dedicating so much of their economy towards that round, and then losing it in such spectacular fashion, unfortunately. I think that's an auto shotty and a KR, and Saber going back with Fierce to the truck to be used against Mazer here now. Oh man, that is unfortunate. Keeping Clacker. Can't talk about much here. Pretty open storefront, you know, good old fashioned. Go through the double door. It's fun. But what is interesting about this is this shed that we have here in the northwest corner. So normally we see the roof drop access as free territory. It's normally something that they get for free as well. But what's interesting about this one is because you actually have to wall charge through this fence to be able to get access to those stairs, and then you have to drop in. And as we see, Mazer here very scared of a possible push through shed, through office, and then into Teller to gain control and open all of Teller up, which would be very dangerous then, particularly with Saber and no mop for Mazer. Mazer wants the win. They need the win here to regain some of that economy. But Fierce doing a 2-1-2 again. Two members going down to storefront to challenge that big double door as well, and two members going through storage looking to secure arcade, to secure the north half of the map, as well as push into bathroom and secure freezer. And then just again talk about cutting up that map. That's what they want to do. Draw that crescent moon. They can't do much. Mazer here needs to win these gunfights that they haven't been winning, and I am scared for them. They need this. They need this round, because if not, that's going to be 3 rounds in a row for Fierce, which is going to be rough to bring back.
It really is, and that's why they invested a lot in that first round. They wanted the momentum. They wanted to get the ball rolling and set themselves ahead. Now this time, it's going to again find themselves in a very difficult situation. It's going to be execute likely coming on through storage as well as anything else as well coming through here too. There's a lot of control that they're going to be able to get because they're just happy to invest so much. They have a lot of value, and they're just going to put that on open. And with storefront as well, Godspeed has to look in from freezer as well. There are just too many angles to properly deal with, and now with Stars and Diagore already starting to pile on in, this could be a real problem. But they haven't committed to anything yet. Godspeed's still trying to keep them away, hasn't invested that far yet, but is still thinking about it. I think dropping here.
They get the frag. Roadrunner again.
Yeah, brilliantly played with these frags to be able to get rid of some of these players. Normally used to get rid of a utility, but I think a player will absolutely suffice here. Godspeed getting around the corner in freezer, knowing that Barb is going to be a problem. Marbles takes down Smith, but at the cost of his own teammate there. Still hunting these longer angles. Adaxi wins with the shotgun. Does manage to, even though it says on the thing that they have gone down, they're still rocking around with that knack right there. Do lose a player. Godspeed is at least managing to find something from freezer, but yet again, they're the only remaining player, and Diagore is just going to close them out. What a brilliant round there from Fierce again, as their attack just has been on fire so far, and Mazer just haven't found a foothold since that first game.
Yeah, Mazer here is shaken. They are trembling in their boots, and that comes through. Very unfortunate for them. I mean, they're just not able to find any of these kills right now. It's not working out for them. Again, very expensive round for them, actually. Even though we only see 3 barbs on the map, they actually brought 4 to use reactively. And again, now Addict's placing them for them. You know, we see the 3 in arcade that he's placed, as well as the 1 in bathroom. A play that we're seeing more and more often is the use of these barbs reactively, but I think that was also just unfortunate for Mazer there.
It really was getting caught off in a lot of different angles, not winning out their duels. The worst place they really wanted to find themselves. And now, going to this third round, there's still a massive amount of opportunities open for these attackers. They still have the clacker. I believe they still have a door charge. They can basically do anything. Now, it's really going to take, again, a return to form from Mazer to show us some really stellar attacking side to bring this back to that 3-0. But I do think it's very possible. So the problem is that so far they've been struggling, right?
If they win this round, they're going to be in good position if they get that, you know, their attacker form back. But with that in mind, I think, hopefully, Roadrunner is not going to be the grenade magnet now. 2 grenades have come out from Fierce. Both have killed Roadrunner, actually, which is unfortunate for him. But Mazer here might actually be able to play a 5v5 instead of a 4v5 if Roadrunner is able to stay alive through the round. And again, split pushing from Fierce, that's what they do. Going into this northern red door, very powerful, gives you access to office, access to power, as well as splitting up the division that needs to be made in Toxic. Either, you know, you have to decide to watch the green from the obvious people who will be pushing in through there, or do you swing around, dedicate yourself to denying this push through and under the bridge on that red door, which Fierce is looking to smoke. I don't know if they're looking to smoke just under the bridge or actually have it land on top of the bridge. Will be very interesting to see. But Mazer here able to commit multiple barbs, and I think they will be less reactive than they have in the past and much more traditional in terms of being placed early.
Yeah, I want to see Mazer not do what they've done many times on defense. Now, I know you're great aimers. I know you definitely can win those duels. But when you put yourselves all in the room where the bomb is. It's not going to work out every time. It worked a couple of times for them, but for the most part, it's a pretty drastic method that if the opposing team is ready for it, they know what to do with. Obviously, it's not even remotely possible here with No Man's Land being the thing, but I think this map could allow them to play in a more standard fashion and could work great for them. We do again.
Quickly, I do want to point out the knack on Smith. Smith, the pioneer of the factory knack, you know, so he's bringing out the knackery here, hoping to find some kills as Fierce gets into the building.
Fact knack for Smith.
Yeah.
And is even holding that angle where Stars is going to have to push on through. I think Toxic is one of those angles where it is relatively easy to play with it. You can see that Stars...
Yeah. Marbles bungles the smoke again in the north side. Unfortunate.
Might not be a problem, though, this time. It wasn't a problem last time. They still managed to get that execute through. It's actually pushing up onto Office, but Godspeed tries to contest. Death does manage to land something back and wants to even peek out. Get some good damage, but gets taken down. Marbles has been on point so far. And with Mace trying to land these shots through, he's leading to something big. Can Smith show us why he brings that knack here? Gets traded out 1-for-1 as Diagore shuts them down 3 versus 2. But a lot of health for these defenders right now. Mesa do have something to work with. They've got to leverage it heavily. Some good shots almost take down Diagore, but they are still alive for now. Roadrunner just spraying on through. Mace needs to help deny this as well because the bomb is going. You can see them ready. They just split on out. Marbles goes down. They know Diagore's there, but Mace is getting covered from a couple of angles here. Needs to win that duel. Does take it. And now is getting ready to jump on down. Adaxi likely expecting it. Mace swapping over up that weapon. There's not a lot of time. Doesn't have a lot to work with. But hits the shot through No Man's Land right on in there. And barely picks it up in the nick of time with a sliver of health. Mesa getting all important round for themselves.
Huge round for them. Still plenty of small mistakes for them, but able. Mace had Roadrunner there. Roadrunner actually being able to play the game this time, doing huge work for his team in that 3v2. And honestly, this is dangerous. This is a dangerous position. This is what Mazer needed. This is what they wanted. And now they are set up to win if they keep their attack form from game 1.
Absolutely. Stellar stuff. And yeah, that is the kind of form that we need to see. Back towards Killhouse here. Fragging members for Mesa. That's the name of the game. This time, showed a little bit more dominance than you showed in the last round. Now back on that attack that should be such a practiced position for them. Breezeway, again, going to be all important. I wanted to talk about this at the end of last round. They need to put a barb here. The one at the end of Breezeway. Because if you have someone push on through, what are you going to do if you have that kitchen player? They just get rushed by 2 people. You trade 1-for-1. You are so happy with that. There are not many options to really deal with. You need a barb there to stop them from pushing on through. You can counter molly it as a response, or at least make them invest in HE. Get something out of those attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great point to talk about. Kitchen, very strong contention, but also a little bit more so than that. Office, very strong point to be too, because while Mazer wasn't able to make it work, having someone sit in this little lower office area and just wall bang onto bomb is completely exposed. You can hold the bomb from there through the wall, as well as, you know, sort of play around it and be very, very cheeky with it. But Kitchen, I think you're right. Huge point of contention because of the long angle. And even so, with these 2 cinder block walls here, is a huge place for the defenders to want to play around, and that seems like what they want to do. Fierce drawing out for a single member to be in kitchen and watch this breezeway peak, and you know that will be very dangerous for them. Mazer going for a similar take to what Fierce did, going through that club, watching for a member out in reception. You know, this is a scary place to be if you're Fierce because of how well this could work. Fierce, though, going for a much more reserved play than Mazer did. No mop here and only a single KR on Vitals, but I will point out Vitals has been doing work with the KR, and Adaxi with that auto shotty. I cannot express how tense this round is and how much of a defining moment it is for Mazer in this series.
They find a big shot with this auto shotty and actually get a frag. That is going to be all too important for them. They already put a round on the board. It means they're at least going even in this half, and they have so much of a staging point to work with.
I think Marbles, Death shot Marbles through the red door and got a little bit of damage on him, actually.
Cheeky shot, and a good way to start things off. See Death is still looking to put that pressure on. They want to collect Breezeway, but there's no... Okay, the Barb is there. It's on the other side of the door. There's a lot to work with here. Roadrunner, going to be ready for that one. Good molly in response. That's exactly where you want to find yourselves. The attackers are in a good spot. You can see Death coming round towards Courtyard. That's an all-important window that I don't think we saw used in the last round. They now have no way to retreat except through Death here. In fact, he's holding 2 of those angles. Vitals comes back towards it. Death turns away. They spot him out. Can Death win this duel? There's so much pressure going on right now and manages to just about slip away. They give up all of Kitchen. But Marbles and Diagre both sit in that position with the Gruber, wanting to stop anyone from pushing. No one on the flank here towards that reception. Stars is still looking for it. Shots go on in. Death takes down Diagre. Now Marbles really needs to let something happen. Some damage goes on in. The flash is easily going to flush out Marbles. Marbles manages to make it happen. Takes down Roadrunner, looking for another takes down Mace. It's holding strong. Finally gets flushed out by Smith. Brings it to a 3 versus 3, but not a lot of help on Smith themselves. A lot damage going through. He takes down Vitals. Trades 1 for 1. This means they have to play for it, but with only 20 seconds, you can already see Death sprinting around. They don't have a lot of time to work with. Godspeed has to be the one to defuse here, and because Death was so far away, they might not be able to make it. Trying to bait on that defuse, trying to make something happen with only 10 seconds left. Adaxi just has to peek by the time. This is going to be such an easy-peasy round for Fierce as they pick up the first round of their defending half.
Man, very unfortunate for Mazer there, and I think really personally a mistake to commit Death to playing that Courtyard, not able to do any work for his team, and ultimately being too far away to help at all. Man, tense, down to the wire rounds here, and Fierce very happy with that play, keeping the auto shotty.
Yeah, what a stellar position to find themselves in. Fierce pick up a round that looked initially really good for Mesa. It was off the back of some brilliant spray downs on the defense, and just the fact that the rotate didn't come in quick enough from Death knew that they had a lot of pressure in that position, but they weren't able to help with the actual end of round.
Let's not discount Marble's 2K with the super shorty there. That is what won them the round. That is what they didn't check that corner, and Marbles used that to his advantage, swinging out on them. I mean, brilliant play from Marbles. And really, where Fierce seems to be capitalizing right now is Mazer not checking their corners, which is just unfortunate. As we get into the storefront here, really expectant to see what Mazer's going to do, looking for a similar thing, I guess, from what Fierce did, circling both the green door to push into arcade as well as the double door in storefront. That double door is going to be watched, though, by Fierce, calling out that angle. I'm assuming either to hold it long or to at least be aware of it. What I'm guessing is we do have one person behind storefront shelves there, as well as one in freezer, I'm assuming. And again, Barb's coming out very smart, very early. Fierce also conscious of the possible shed into teller play, but I don't think either team is going to want to do that versus just going in through double door. A lot more efficient, really, in a lot of ways, especially because they still have Saber, and if Death on that Saber is able to get some of those picks, that is what is really going to be the defining moment here for Mazer, I believe. Mazer needing this round, wanting to tie up this half, going 3-3. But Fierce here expecting the push in from Mazer. This is looking dire for them. Auto shotty back on Adaxi and Freezer, finding lots of success with it in terms of just denying Mazer any sort of leverage. And Vitals with the KR once again, and Diagra with the Legros. I am scared as Mazer slow walks out of the truck with double shotguns on Mace and Roadrunner.
It really is going to be an interesting contest here. Double shotguns means that they're likely going for a split push here. Likely someone towards storage and the storefront push, as we can kind of see already. Going to open up, Teller, deal with the Argray, who otherwise is going to be such a thorn in their side. And be wary of the players in freezer. They know at least someone's going to be there. They don't know what weapons, but it's going to be a Daxi with that auto shotty.
And Daxi mollies himself.
Oh no, that's a disaster. Now they have no impact on the round. The molly means that they can't push into Teller. That buys enough time for maybe a Daxi to start to have some sort of presence. Already on the bomb, a Daxi tries to have a Roadrunner. They have been hit by too many HEs. They're mad, they're angry, they're out for blood. They have an auto shotty of their own. Marbles does manage to trade something back, double nax, to try and keep this position away from them. As Roadrunner goes on the big flank, is looking for the play
With the
right
auto
now. I
shotty,
don't
by
know
the
if they
way.
expect it. Shoots open the door. Stars now knows they're there. That pressure is potentially more than enough. Smith here's the shots. Doesn't even manage to take down Stars. They do lose marbles, but Roadrunner manages to finish off Stars finally. Diagray sitting in tellers. They're going to bait on bomb. Diagray has to make something happen. With so many players waiting outside, it's only a matter of time. And 3-2. They're not letting them quite go anywhere yet, but Mesa still have a long road in front of them.
Yeah, Godspeed looking for that clacker. But I mean, honestly, would have been a round in favor of Fierce there, except Adaxi mollying himself and taking himself down to 25 or 15 HP. And Daya with a stellar drawing in the bottom corner. I'm going to give him a quick hat as I start talking about the round again. But Fierce there, very unfortunate for them, and that is the leverage that attackers needed. Mace with the KR is going to be scary. KR as an attacker is really a weapon you always want to have.
It is. That's why we're going to see them get picked on up. Now, something to keep in mind here is that Maze's attack has been strong. Coming onto this last map, with all the open angles, Fierce have been really good in response at contesting these longer angles, and they have likely kept some of these weapons in the bank to try and deal with, well, exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be very, very exciting to see how Mazer continues this push forward, looking to tie up this half and then ultimately take it home at the end of the day. This will be interesting. Particularly this factory take. I'm excited to see what they will do here. They've used their wall charge. They've used a door charge. They only have a door charge left. And Fierce seems to be expecting the fan push, even though they're dedicating 2 players to split up the red door angle in the north. I would not be surprised by a fan push here from Mazer, really going hyper aggressive, dedicating their team to that, and using their superior aiming skills that some would consider they have. Very interesting. I believe I do see nods coming out from Mazer here, looking for a possible power play in the office. Might be the deciding factor is if they are able to get that or not. And again, you know, bringing the KR with them this time and the Saber will be rough for Fierce here if they do this wrong. Mazer looking to take that office and play towards no man's land and really dedicating themselves towards that power play. And hopefully whatever Fierce members are sitting in Toxic and office will be able to aid them. You know, very dangerous place to be, possibly a two-man push through storage to Toxic as well. But this is going to be a tense round. The last one came down to the wire. The round before that even more so. And this one I expect nothing different.
Yeah, it was a sliver of health that allowed Mazer to pick this up on their own defense. And now they're looking to squash any sort of chance for Fierce to be able to take it, bring it to those final 6 rounds, which could make all the difference in the world. I do believe, because of round differential, if this is a draw, I assume that'll be a Mazer win. They can't let it go to that.
Yeah, they do not want to go to that.
Opens up, executes straight on in here. A couple of shots as they
Marble,
enter.
this is the shot.
Yeah, needed to hit that. Molly doesn't even land either, meaning they can just slip on through with nary a scratch on their behinds. You can see Roadrunner's already getting ready to move on in there. He to clear things out. Already trying to get some of those sprays on through. Already contesting office. Vitals is waiting. Diagray peeks on out, takes down one, but gives away the position of the others. Vitals hasn't peeked out yet. As the light goes out, the Roadrunners now knows that Vitals is on that position, but has dropped down. Diagray still waiting in office here. They've completely given up control of this office position. Diagray could go and turn the lights back on when they least expect it. This could be a problem for them, especially now that there are only 3 players. Mace is not in a good position to really do all too much other than contest these long angles versus Adaxi and Vitals. It could be a real problem for them. Diagray still waiting there. Mace trying to fight out on Adaxi as Smith is looking to slip on through. It's just 2 versus 4 now. Roadrunner down. Smith does manage to take down Adaxi, and that smoke could mean that they can go straight for this execute. Mace is just going to run straight onto bomb, and now The onus is really on Fierce. They've got to make their play towards it. Mace is even expecting it. Lands the shot, takes down Diagray, rushes back on in, and is already defusing bombs. Smith is waiting for someone to drop on down to trying to test this. Just to their right is someone there. Shots go out. Waiting again, trying to defuse. Marbles wins the fight. 75%. He's looking to maybe stick it here. Maybe that's time. Will be all he need. Marbles behind. Hits the shot with stars there, and they finish him off a 4-2 half. And this is where Fierce want to find themselves.
Unfortunate for Smith, not able to find that kill on Marbles. That is what led the round to this outcome. And also, let's not forget Fierce going for the split in no man's land, splitting the teams up, peeking him from both angles to secure the win. 4-2 into the next half. Mazer here not finding that attack form that they had, and Fierce looking very strong on defense right now.
Indeed it is. Mazer having a really difficult situation off the back of that. Oh, they really needed to win that factory. They were in the great spot. If he just stuck it there, I think he would have actually won as well. Oh, that's such a problem. It looks like we might have some technical issues, which could be being dealt with here, but I haven't quite confirmed any of that.
Well, while we wait for that, again, lawful Ozymandias here. So Ozymandias, a great member of the community, great member of the dev team too.
King of Kings.
King of Kings, absolutely. Very frustrating map, to put it nicely. Generally, if you're playing this in casual, this area in reception becomes a barb death trap, because not only do you have to go through the barb there, but you also you can get wallbang through.
That doesn't matter because we're not playing this map.
I see. Unfortunate, we're getting a reset. We will, I assume, waiting for the call from the ref today to see if we will be playing that from the 4-2 half, or will be something else. I'm not sure yet. As we wait,
if it was on the final game of that, if it was on the previous game, the previous map, then we are likely going back to the end of the first quarter, which means it'll still be 2-1.
I assume so, but we do need to get the call from the ref on that one. Not sure what they will call as well. I'm assuming we'll go from the 4-2 half, but not quite sure. I think we're going to throw it for a break while they make that call and they talk to the teams. Anything you want to say, Rook?
No, just stick around. We'll get this sorted for you as quickly as you possibly can. And we're going to a short break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Do Press This Open, brought to you by the DPL and Dreamhack. We currently have an issue with what is presumably a desync in round 2 with some issues going on. Zombie Bacon has, well, the details, but we are currently looking into it.
Absolutely. So in round 2, there was accordingly a game-breaking bug where, as we actually pointed out on stream too, is that Adaxi trades, I believe it's with Death, but Adaxi then survives. And so we have quite a few perspectives of this. So according to Death, Death saw Adaxi go into the death animation, and then Adaxi basically came back to life. Whereas Adaxi says he kills Death, and then his black tar drops, and then he's able to continue on playing the game. So currently, we are looking into the player log of our stream, as well as perspectives from everyone else. So basically, it's just the kill. It's a big thing because the kill that was possibly a trade wasn't, and so we're gonna wait for a decision on that right now as the detective team gets into it. So that will just delay our match a little bit longer, unfortunately.
Indeed. I'm sorry about all of the delays. Hopefully we'll get that rectified for you and get you the info on exactly what's happening with that as soon as we possibly can. We're just waiting on word back from the admins. Until then, we are going to go back to the break, and we'll return once we have more information.
You do not like music?
Oh, I love it. But, where are the violins?
Hello, and welcome back. I'm not Rook. I'm TH Pine. Some of you still with me though. Bacon.
I'm
Sorry.
still here for now.
Yeah. So I will replace Rook because he had to go, and I was scheduled for the next match anyway. But you probably all want to know what happened and why the match was interrupted and what the decision is. Basically, in round 2, there was a major server hiccup. The server did something that was absolutely not supposed to do. It rewinded a kill, which resulted in a weird outcome, in an unpredictable outcome, in a very weird outcome, which resulted in God damn it, words. I'm starting for words. Sorry. It caused a very weird situation, and it's unpredictable what effect that had on both teams, especially Mazer, because they were losing their minds on their side and definitely could not focus on the game fully, and also the round could have gone the other way. So after a lot of debating back and forth and getting opinions from both teams and everyone affected, we decided on a full restart of the game. So we're just gonna restart from 0-0. I believe this is game 3, if I'm not completely mistaken. Both teams won one game, so this is the final game of this best of 3, and we're gonna start momentarily.
We shall be restarting the full game, like Pion said, which will be very, very interesting. Despite how long this has been going on, unfortunately, server was unpredictable, and then I also understand that while the decision was being made, the server was rough for everyone. I understand that. So the decision that they arrived at was not one that was made
I'll be right
lightly.
back with you, and then we can start the match. But please keep talking. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. So while Pion dips out here, I'm just going to sit here and talk to y'all because you can't leave. And don't turn off the stream, please, God. Anyway, we'll be seeing what's happening here. Again, very, very intense game between Mazer and Fierce so far. And as we've seen, it's been hard fought. Originally, with this reset, this could ultimately be the deciding factor in terms of Mazer finding their form again, being able to come at this fresh and new along with Fierce, and possibly, either teams right now are set up to go into the grand finals. And that is what is hanging in the balance right now. I'm sure both teams feel like they have the sort of Damocles hanging above their head right now in terms of wanting to make it to finals here as well. But pushing through that, because both games were very decisive. Mazer with the 7-0, and then Fierce with the 7-2.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah,
that was wild. Very, very swingy so far. So the match is on the go, and we're gonna join momentarily. And so we're gonna go in this third game, which is as we just said, very important, because whoever wins this goes on to the final. So that's also why we took so long with the decision, because we wanted to make sure we're making the right decision, because it's obviously important. The other semifinals match will be delayed. They will be waiting for this match to be finished, which means the whole tournament will go significantly over time, which is unfortunate. But I mean, the alternative is we don't show every match, and also then Zombie would have to leave me here because you're playing in the other match.
Well, yeah, I will be playing with Slaughterhouse in the other match, as I am now part of the main roster, which is exciting. But at the same time, I don't want to abandon you, Pion, because I know how much you love casting with me.
Absolutely.
Okay, I see.
Let's get this one going.
Little hung up there as we get to the next game.
I had my microphone muted because I was drinking, so yeah.
Convenient excuse. I see you, Pion.
Okay, anyway, we're in the game, so let's talk about that maybe.
Absolutely. As we load in here, will be very interesting to see with Northern Bison, our first map, a very, very old, frankly, kill house here. Generally what we see is teams generally coordinating towards one side. Mazer on the attack here as well. Going for that early club push, obviously looking to favor that office side and spill into sight, and then deny the retake through backstage versus contesting at backstage and going through a really thin funnel there into the map. So through this, I'm assuming it'll be a green take from Mazer as they've drawn out, wanting to be very conservative, very safe here, going through checkpoint, taking that office, although they have to be careful. Fierce marking out a player to play club northwest corner very close. Now this is a good old-fashioned kill house map where wall bangs are the name of the game here. Pion, any thoughts on the map before the teams come out?
Well, not really yet. I'm looking at it. It's definitely one of the more regular kill houses, I would say, but it has these weird windows into hallway from stage, which is definitely interesting. I don't believe you can look through them from hallway.
No, you kind of can. Because they're half windows, so they're up top. So the more important thing is really throwing things through there. And as we see, Mazer marking out the smoke.
You can do
for
that,
it.
obviously. We'll see if they will do that. So is that an eco play? Looks like an eco play.
Yeah, I'm assuming an eco play here, and also, interesting staple for Mazer here, bringing death with the black tar.
Yeah.
Very interesting choice to do that.
Okay, smoke on the roof to block out the windows to make it easier to get into hallway. That makes sense. The aggro is just spamming the smoke, but nobody is there because they don't really want to go. Oh, actually, Roadrunner is going there. Interesting. Daxi with wall bangs. Okay, now all wall banging now. They're playing this. Oh, what? Roadrunner managed to kill Daxi here.
That's huge. Marbles needing to fill
really
that
huge.
exit spot.
Was that a wallbang?
It had
Marvel's
to.
immediately picking up his stuff. Yeah, I assume he wallbanged from stage. That was huge. They took their time to basically, I think they baited out their wallbangs to see where they are, and then succeeded at killing a Daxi here. So that was a huge play. One of them really low though. I believe Godspeed. No, not Godspeed.
Marbles replacing the barb, I believe, there with a reactive
Marble.
barb.
Yep, Marble. Oh, well played. Yeah, they fragged it, but okay. Yeah, okay. Flash baited. Stars kills Roadrunner with the Molotov. That was well played here. Good timing on the Molotov, baiting the flash. But yeah, that barbed wire, very well played by Marbles. It's good. Some more wall banks going on. Good. A little bit of damage. Flash going out. Marbles kind of in a bad spot here, but still alive. Okay, now he goes down. And now the other defenders are kind of cut off from the bomb room. And that's always bad for them. The aggro coming from north. Takes out Smith here. That might be... Oh, well, he goes down though. I was about to say that might turn this around. Now Stars with the wall bank.
Oh, Mace through the wall.
With the shotgun and kills him. Vitals gets Godspeed on stage, but Mace finished him off while Death is on a defuse, and the first round goes to Mazer. That was a bunch of fucking great mind games going on.
Really Pion. Amazing stuff from Mazer there. I mean, Mace doing such great work with that assault shotgun. Honestly, just decimating Fierce there, taking the first round in a spectacular fashion. That entry, even through the barb, was so fast. I mean, just you can't get any better than that in terms of trying to enter through a barb. There's no molly on it. They took no damage, and they essentially took sight for free there. Even though it got down close, the 3v2 became 2v2, and then Mace doing work cleaning up Fierce for the final 2 kills there.
Yeah,
I'm
now
very
we're gonna
excited.
go in the next round. Sorry if I'm distracted. I'm still trying to
No, it's fine.
handle
Don't worry.
some things on the side.
It's fine. It's a messy start for a messy game, but Mazer not being messy on their executes here. Blue Donut. Shout out to Mr. Donut, our master of stats here over at DPL. This
Absolutely.
is
Doing a great job.
Great job. I love this map, and here's why I love it. Shed is such a dynamic piece of the map, in my opinion, not only because of its power, but
With
also
the outside
because,
power, that's huge. Yeah.
yeah, especially, but the ability to shotgun open these green doors and gain these angles, particularly into somewhere like arcade, because we're, at least when I play, we're used to seeing someone back here hold this long angle in arcade for the possibility of that happening. We do see a barb there going through power because this is such a choke point through Shed as well. However, Mazer looking to circumvent that northern part of the map entirely by going through Red Door Freezer and then looking, I guess, to go storage to arcade, which is a very dangerous place to be, not only because of the beer stack and all these things, and the ability to hide on top of tables and everything. So what will be interesting to see is this white door entry into arcade will be such a contentious point for both Fierce and Mazer here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they still have 2 chargers, 3 chargers actually, and 2 clackers, so they're good. And I have another announcement to make actually. So Zombie, this is the last round you're casting, because after that you'll have to go play your match, because that will start in parallel, and Red Commissar will take over from round 3. But we're still in round 2, so let's focus on that right now. It seems like they're actually getting on the roof, partially, at least some of them.
Yeah, great start, and I shall leave you in the very competent hands of our favorite Commissar, Red. Yeah,
the Red Commissar. The watch I just said, and they're shooting a little bit in the shelves here, in the freezer shelves. Oh, I was he was supposed to leave after round. I guess we're switching over this round. Hi, Red Commissar.
Hello. Very fun day we're having today.
Yeah, that's a very hot switch. But anyway, they're breaching freezer right now. There's a bunch of barbed wire lying around there though, and it doesn't seem like they. Oh, actually, they have another frag. Yeah, Mace has a frag. We might use it. We will see. Adaxi's waiting with the Molotov behind the bathroom door, just waiting for them to open it. They're, again, taking their time. Shutters open, just for the sake of it. There goes the Molotov. Adaxi didn't want to wait any longer. He might have opened the door from the side, actually. I think Mace opened the side. Frag goes into the bathroom, kills the barbed wire. Not the other one, but that doesn't really matter. The one in bathroom is down. And Roadrunner rushing from storage, runs to the Molotov, is kind of cut off there now. Oh, he just runs past it. Nice. Okay, with the but Stars finish him off here. Okay, so Smith is waiting in the bathroom, but the other three are in bathroom, taking out the aggro who rushed him here, and now rushing in, taking out Marbles. But Vitals comes in, and okay, eventually goes down. But that was a lot of kills at the same time, and now it's 1-1. Stars versus Smith, dancing around to bomb. Shotgun versus AP. I think they're down to pistols. Stars takes the kill and secures the round for Fierce. That was close.
That's a lot of bodies in that pile. Dear God. That is shotguns are dangerous, everyone. That was a very fun round to watch there.
That was crazy. I couldn't tell what was going on. Also, there was
I don't think the players could tell what was going on there.
Yeah, I don't think they were. That was a mess. Well, 1-1. Let's see how the third round goes. So yeah, how's your day, Red Commissar?
Well, I thought I was going to be here an hour earlier.
Oh, I mean, you're here eventually.
I got here eventually. I thought I was casting a different game, but no, this is fine.
We still have 2 more games to go after this. Well, only half a game, I guess, because Slaughterhouse is starting now. So.
Yeah, but I mean, other than this, the day's been pretty good. So
great.
Happy to be here. Happy to cast the semifinals and the finals.
Well, then let's talk about Merlin Horn.
Yes, coming on Merlin Horn. It's our factory map for this set. We've got an office which provides a good overwatch onto shelving, which is very strong. Since shelving is going to give you control of basically the entire main floor of factory. And
this is the map. This is the map I made with Axon on stream like 2 weeks ago or so, maybe 3 weeks.
The stream maps are always great. Trying out new ideas. Seeing these wood planks to cross onto shelving islands, that's definitely an idea that I think originated in the streams and has continued and really provide some interesting gameplay.
I mean, so far it was only like we had the shelves on the walls so far to get a little bit of like a second floor going in addition to office, obviously. But yeah, with this it becomes a whole lot more dynamic because all of a sudden you can also be on the second floor in the center of the room.
It looks like Mazer is planning to either attack through the fan or through the docks, which both give them a lot of control. If they come from the docks, they can have a straight shot to bomb there. Smoke grenades would allow them to just take the bomb really easy, and then they'd force Fierce on the offensive. But with the fan, they're going to get a lot of control of the shelving, which would give them control of basically the whole floor, because they have the high ground there, they're able to shoot down, they can contest office very easily and hold every entrance. So if they can win the initial fight, they'd have a lot of strength coming from fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like they decided for fan. Well, actually, going past that. Wait, do they also have a wall charge? I mean, yeah, I guess they still have a wall charge. Yeah, they do both. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. That you could the first round. So yeah, that's what's happening. Smith and Def are going Doc, while the other three are fan. Taking their time. Did not breach it at the same time. Instead, like, there's a delayed breach. Adaxi is kind of on his own here with the Knack and Factory. Interesting. Now he's on the run and will... Okay, I guess that smoke helped him a little bit here. Could get away. Whitehall's picking up Macy for the first blood. But then there's the smoke kill, a double kill actually, or revenge kill. Roadrunner taking out Adaxi. Diagra taking out Roadrunner in the smoke. A nice exchange here, bringing Fierce in the lead here. Oh, another kill. Marbles with the mob. Takes out Def, who was still outside of Dogs, and now it's going to get pretty spicy for Mazer to do anything here. But Smith picks up Marbles, who was still on the shelving in front of Office. But he's still not in the building. I mean, they still have a minute to go. They're trying to get the picks, and they do get their picks. Godspeed killing Vitals, but there's the revenge kill from Stars, taking out Godspeed, and now it's a 1v2 for Smith. He has the AP versus two full HP defenders. Starts with the Ingmar, Diagra with a stolen AP 25. Smith is at almost full HP, but he's a little bit damaged. Doesn't have any flashbangs left. Rushes into Office here. Stars goes back into cover. Some damage. He actually managed to get a shot off on Smith. Smith rushed him though. Is almost down, but gets Stars. So now it's 1v2. 33 seconds. And yeah, the defender, Diagra, has full HP, which means this is going to be very tricky for Smith, especially if he's not got moving here. But there's so many angles he has to worry about. He's really careful here, but 20 seconds, time is ticking. He has to find him, and Diagra is waiting back there. He's actually really far back. He has to run all the way around. Smith taps the bomb, runs around Diagra, awaits him, and shoots him, and secures the round for Fierce.
Very, very close round there. Yeah. We saw it go back and forth a couple times. I think what really cost Mazer that round was probably that smoke grenade. It allowed Addicts to escape for a little while, and then allowed...
Yeah, Adaxi got away.
I think it was it Stars, or was it Diagri who came in with the shotgun and got a pick on road?
I think it was Diagri.
Yeah.
Stars was with the Ingmar in Office.
Yes. Losing road there really hurt them early on and prevented them from taking that side of the map sooner, or actually at all.
Yeah. And they almost turned it back by picking their kills, but it took them a lot of time, and then unfortunately for them, Stars managed to get the kill on Godspeed there as well, and that kind of made it really hard for Smith to pull this off, and he did not.
Yep. Coming back around now for the second set of this half. We're going in on Operation Northern Bison, a kill house map. This map is very interesting as it has a hallway with a lot of windows from the bomb room, meaning you can control the hallway, which is the main rotate from green and from either of the red doors from the bomb room, meaning that you can anchor really hard and bomb. The issue with that is there's very little cover in club itself.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to control it from club. You're going to want to probably hold in backstage or office to do that. But office, of course, is a red door breach, which makes it hard to hold. And the way it's set up means that there's not a lot of good barbed wire spots that you can place to fully lock it down.
Yeah, there's also no good angle in office. Like, even if they come from reception, they can just go behind you through the white doors. It's hard from office to hold club at all. But yeah, usually last round we saw Fierce holding backstage for the most part, but I believe Daxi sitting in club behind bomb. We will see how Mesa defends that.
It looks like they might be doing some of the same. It seems like they've drawn some sightline lines in backstage and they're setting up for it. Although it looks like Fierce is thinking of going office and maybe even double charging into club from office, which could be very powerful. It gets them around the barbed wire. It gets them another entryway.
Ballsy play, but yeah. I like it.
Or maybe those are wall bang lines. You know what? Those are probably wall bang lines.
No, yeah, I think so. I don't see a wall charge. That makes more sense, yeah. And I might hit Smith though, and Smith is sitting with the auto shotgun in club here, and he's exactly on the line. Well, now he's moving.
Yeah.
So they breached office while Stars and Diagra going around. Not too good through checkpoint. Wallbangs are going off. Minor damage on the attackers here. Daxi's about to clear hallway to like makes it easier for his teammates to come in. Office is basically secured, but there's lots of bullets flying through the walls. Lots of ammunition being spent. Minor damage on both sides, really. A little bit more damage on the... It's pretty spread out.
Yeah, it's just lighting up the walls.
Yep, they're fishing. I mean, honestly, the attackers are more successful with this, but Roadrunner picks up marbles here, all the way in the back. So that's the first blood. But it was more damage overall so far, but then Roadrunner turned it around here. Frag goes out, and now it's time to push, I believe. No reactive barbed wire this time. More wallbangs going on, starts shooting through the wall here, the aggro shooting from the side. That Molotov might not be... I think you can get through that, but they decide not to. Would probably deal some damage, and they're all damaged already. So waiting for the Molotov to go out. The aggro is still trying to make pressure
Molotov
from
very
hallway.
nearly gets Adex.
Up, and he goes down. Very nice Molotov. Good, well played, well timed. Smith with the auto shotgun trying to fish for kills here. It's down to 3 attackers, and now they're actually going. Double flashbang, Stars runs in, but goes immediately taken out, and so is the aggro. So it's down to Vitals. Mace coming from behind, but Vitals can actually take him out, and I think he will probably pull back now. There's no... I mean, he doesn't really have something to secure. He could try to get another kill if he managed to make them lose a KR. That would be not too bad. And the auto shotgun will probably be... I mean, if he gets a kill really late... Oh, there we go. He comes in again. Oh, no! He steals the clacker and runs out. Very clever. That's... Yeah. Very, very, very good. That was a good call.
Although I would wager the defenders are now aware of it, as they have checked every single attacker body.
They are aware of it, probably, but still, it means they don't have to play a forced eco round if they lose the clacker again. So even though the defenders are aware of it, it's still very valuable to secure that clacker.
Oh, definitely. Not to mention you can use it to deny entrance for some time.
Yeah, also that. So 2-2, very close game so far. I mean, the first 2 games were, well, pretty back and forth as well. 7-0, 7-2, I believe.
Yeah.
So 7-0, 2-7, I should say.
I think after everything that occurred, both teams have warmed up and they're coming back with hopefully some clearer minds. And they're just ready to play. And I think we're really seeing that here. We have both teams, it's 2-2 coming in on the 5th round. It could go either way at this point. We're on an Operation Blue Donut again, which I believe is the map that I first joined you on.
Yeah.
This map is very interesting. We see that it's a bomb in office rather than storefront, where bomb typically is located, and it is very far away from the storefront and even the 2 red doors. It is a very long walk to get to this bomb with lots of small rooms, which they took advantage of in that last round, the round that I joined you on, with Stars and that shotgun just being able to wipe people. You can hold them on these choke points. It is going to be devastating, and I think this is really going to work against Fierce. Fierce has a very interesting attack where they enter very late. They often take it very slow, and they slowly build up to a push into the bomb room. But the fact they have to go through so many rooms to get to a place where they can even try that means that they're probably going to get hurt very early on if Mazer plays this right, and that could really destroy the push later on.
Interesting. Yeah,
something that could really change that, though, I think, is if they were to wall charge into Shed, as that gives them the least amount of rooms to get in there and power, which
doesn't seem to be the plan, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, they seem to be going for the eco here, eco and freezer. It looks like.
Well, no, yeah, freezer. They're going freezer, and I guess they will probably drop from storefront. But yeah, they mainly will go. They will blow the red door and freezer. Actually, they don't. Never mind. They just eco and open the door from the inside, I guess, if at all. Not sure why I have circled it. So even though they secured the clacker, they still decided to eco. That's an interesting choice.
It allows them to double charge in the next round. However, that
that's true.
Factory, so there's not
they
necessarily...
double charge there.
Yeah.
So yeah, did not won them the round though, but we'll see. Yeah, the aggro is on the northern side of the map, shooting up the doors open with the shotgun, but is now joining his team on the roof. And I think they still did not drop down. There was a flashbang thrown around. Actually, marbles dropped down, and. Is it Daxi? Yeah, Daxi's in. Okay, never mind. They dropped down. It looked like he was still on the roof. A little hard to tell sometimes. Diagra and Stars are clearing Teller, while the Daxi marbles are preparing to push in the bathroom. Roadrunner throws the Molotov and pulls back. Oh, Marbles actually picks up Roadrunner here through the doorway. That's the first kill and the first damage overall as well. So that Molotov did cost him his life. They're down to 1 minute though, but I mean this map is small. Time should not be too big of an issue. They're clearing a bathroom. Diagro is actually pushing Arcade and kills Staff, who comes in here from storage. And Godspeed did not manage to get the revenge kill here yet. He's there now dancing around the arcade machines. Diagro is coming out and kills him with the shotgun. That's a double kill for him. And triple kill. He also takes out Smith. Rushes into office here while Stars takes out Mace. When that's all defenders. That was a very, very clean sweep. And now they defuse the bomb and secure around 3-2 for Fierce.
I mean, none of the Mesa players were just able to get a pick there.
Yeah.
Fierce played that very well, using good use of their flashbangs. It's hard to play anti-flash in these small rooms, especially when you push right on the bangs. Fierce played that really well. You know, good for them. We can see Addicts recovering the auto shotgun there. I don't know how much ammo that's going to have left in it, though. So, and of course, we're going into Factory,
I would say it should still have a bunch of bullets. I mean,
he did use it the round prior.
Yeah,
and used it
but
for a lot of wall banging.
I assume he replaced the magazine.
He could have, yeah.
The second one, so I assume he brought a full one this round. And I'm not sure how many shots he fired, but not many. I believe that thing is almost full.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be not. Maybe he did not bring a full mag. Who knows? But
yeah, I don't know what his ammo situation was at the end of last round. He did a lot of wall banging there, so he could have used the first.
Do you think he might have brought both mags first round? I mean,
Yeah.
potentially.
It's hard to see. All right, we're back
We
on.
will see if they bring it.
Yeah.
We will see.
Back on Merling Donut. It looks like Fierce is already ready to blow open some of the docks and the office, or maybe even Fan. They seem to have everything circled.
Yeah, they're just going everywhere.
Yes. Though it would be definitely a good idea to try to do docks, office, and maybe even storage. That gives you a large control of the whole western half of the map, forcing the defenders to only play in shelving, which you can contest a lot from office, and you do get access to the shelving from the office. So it could be very powerful. Yeah, no, it looks like they're doing a 2-2-1 split. 2 storage, 2 office, and 1 dock. Or maybe 1 watching Fan.
Yeah, it's not quite clear where the 5th one goes. Seems like Fan, actually.
Yeah, it seems like they'd rather have Fan over...
I mean, they're still circling dock, though. I think they're still debating it, actually.
Yeah, they're probably debating it. As for Mazer, they seem to be worried about some kind of push from the north as they're putting barbed wire on servers and shelving in a way that would prevent a push from servers, and it looks like they might want someone to play up on one of the shelving islands, probably with a good long-range weapon like a MOP or a F1.
Yeah, we'll see. Someone has to go there from office. So maybe Godspeed with the Ingmar. Looks like it.
Yeah, that definitely is who they're sending over there.
Def actually has some mob in storage, and that's a pretty fast push from Fierce here. They don't bring the auto shotgun, so I guess it didn't have much ammo. Marvel's bringing the saber. Def did hit the shot on the body on Adaxi here, I believe, who's now at 15 HP. Stars is on the Fan. The other 4 are splitting up to 2 storage office. Office is breach, which means Def is kind of in a bad situation now because he has 2 attackers in front of him and 2 of potentially coming in from behind.
Smith looks like Marvels has the wall charge, ready to go to the
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess they still have the charge. It would make sense to use that. He's still waiting there for the time being.
I think he's waiting for Mace and Godspeed to get comfortable on dock.
Diagra and Adaxi did not push into office, which allowed Def to live. Oh, wall charge kills Godspeed. Oh, that power goes down. Good push. They also... Oh, Adaxi killed Smith, but Def takes Diagra out. Def is still here. Is now actually pushing on Adaxi from behind with the mob. Gets the kill here, and Mace cleared out office. So, but Stars shot down Roadrunner. So kills on all sides of the map happening at the same time, which means now everything has shifted and rotated around, and Mace and Def are controlling service and office, while the attackers are on shelving and dock. Not quite where their team started, but I mean, it's where they are now. So interesting. Def definitely did the full rotation from office into storage into service. Now Marbles is pushing Mace in office with the saber, takes the kill here, and that brings Def in a 1v2 situation. 35 seconds on the bomb. Stars sitting on it. There's a Molotov, but that should not a Molotov, the smoke, but that should not help. Def misses the mob shot here. That could have been the turning point. Bomb at 15%. Marbles is waiting for him to come around the corner. 100%. Bomb is defused, and Stars actually kills him. 4-2 for the first half for Fierce.
Now that round, there was definitely some high and low points for both teams there. It really looked like Mazer may have been able to turn it around and Fierce was in a bad spot, but Marbles was just able to come up and take and clear Office and just put it into a 1v2 situation, which they was not able to come out of.
Yeah. Dev was in a hard spot there in the end. 1v2. If he would have hit that first shot on the bomb, with the headshot, then
Or even a body shot.
1v2, but even then it would have been. Oh, was he damaged? He might have been damaged.
Yeah, I believe he was damaged, so he could have gotten the body shot on him. But even if he was full health, getting that body shot, just knowing that he is one shot, would have been very helpful because he could have spammed with his pistol.
He would have still had to kill a Daxi, which in the end he didn't, so might have not changed anything. But I mean, it would have definitely put the pressure on a Daxi because all of a sudden he would have been the one that has to defuse.
Yeah.
So
well, it's still any team's match. You know, new half, new teams. They're coming in. They got their eco back, new maps. You know, full reset mentally, hopefully. So they're coming in. It looks like Fierce is ready to take control of that courtyard and just use its windows, which this courtyard has a lot of windows. You get bomb control from pretty much any other room. Yeah, you get bomb control from pretty much every other room, either through the windows or through wall bangs. So,
I mean, not from Office, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I guess you're right.
Actually, there is definitely from Office. You can get in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you actually get an angle on the diffuser if he's like sitting on the far.
If he's like way over here, he probably won't get it, but
yeah.
Maybe
but still, you can still shoot into the bomb room.
Well,
so.
yeah, no, you can't really do that. It is definitely a lot to control. It seems like they're sending 3 people to Brickhouse, and I assume 2 to Reception, and they're gonna pincer it. Mazer's not going very heavy on the Barb. It looks like they're only bringing 2 Barb. No, they brought 3 Barb, and they seem to just all be clustering in Backstage and Club, which I don't think is the right play on this map.
I mean, they're probably... we'll see
how much you can control it from the other rooms. You don't have to defend that one room, and being clustered in there leaves you exposed to all the other rooms.
No. Smith has the auto shotgun.
4 barbed wire.
4 barbed wire, indeed. And barbed wire courtyard off, in case they're gonna go there. Seems like Fierce wants to clear out kitchen and office first, before they make their move towards the bomb room. Some wall banks going off, minor damage on the attacker side. More wall banks left and right. I mean, I assume they did all just jump into club so they don't get pincered in kitchen, because they predicted that split push. Actually, major damage now. Godspeed is at less than half HP. A little bit damage on the attackers as well, but nothing serious. But there is the first kill. Smith opens fire with the auto shotgun here on Marbles and takes him out. I think that was through the wall, actually.
Yeah, it was through the wall. He waited for the barbed wire noise and had a shot lined up.
And he gets another one! That barbed wire and that auto shotgun pay off. And Daxi down as well. Yeah, he plays that really well. Probably has all his teammates muted, so he doesn't hear them talking over the barbed wire noise. There's a Vital Smith shooting barbed wire with the flash. It's not shooting. Oh, he picked up the clacker and ran back. Interesting. Stars is trying to get kills from the side through the window and succeeds. The Agro pushes on the stage with the shotgun and gets death, but Roadrunner takes him out here. And wait. How did Mace die there? Stars? What? I'm not sure. Oh, through the window there. I didn't even see that. But Stars is in 1v2 situation now because eventually Vitals died as well. And Stars trying to take out Smith here. Roadrunner rotating around, coming up from behind and takes him out through the window. Well played for Mazer.
Winning
using
that round,
these windows at last.
Yeah, they were able to use the windows in the wall bangs against Fierce and really just punish them. Just waiting on them to push into that barbed wire, hearing the noise, and just unloading the auto shotgun.
That was well
able
played.
to
That
get
was
2
very
kills that completely stopped their push. It was really well done for Mazer there, and I think winning that round has really put them back into the game.
Very strong defense for sure.
This was the round they needed to win, and they won it. I think they can come back. They can keep this momentum. They might be able to take this game.
I mean, absolutely. Mazer is definitely one of the... both of these teams are top 2 teams in the game, absolutely, right. And I would say these are the top 2 teams actually right now. We will see how the other semifinal goes and then how the grand final goes, because only one of these will make it in there, and the other might only one of them will get in grand finals and will face Momentum or Slaughterhouse, which also are good teams. But I like before seeing any matches today, I'd say Mazer and Fierce are actually the top 2 teams right now, and they're facing the semifinal here. I mean, that's also the current standings in the DPL. Mazer being on the top of the board with, I think, 11 points.
Although, it could have come down to what brackets were given. Slaughterhouse did come in first place for the qualifiers yesterday. Yeah. So I think they're in a really good place. They had some small roster changes. We saw Zombie Bacon leave Hypa and go to Slaughterhouse. So I don't know how that's working. Having played against Slaughterhouse yesterday, they are definitely a very strong team, and they know how to play well. I wouldn't write them off. I think if Slaughterhouse is able to beat Momentum, they would be able to challenge both these teams.
Challenging, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to highlight that these 2 teams here definitely are, or actually all 4 teams in the playoffs right now are. I'm very happy about the results of yesterday's Swiss round, because these 4 teams here are definitely top teams in the scene right now, and they all know what they're doing. So,
yeah, for sure.
I mean, we're in game 3 of this best of 3, and the score line is 4-3. So this is very even so far.
It's coming down to the wire here. It looks like Mazer is looking to play around in a lot in storage there. They're expecting a storage play, it seems. But it seems like Fierce wants to either go eco or go in through shed with a wall charge. I can't tell.
I mean, they don't have a clacker, so...
Yeah, they're probably just going to go. Those are just wallbang lines yet again.
Yeah, just open up the office doors so Marbles can look in there with the saber. And now go up the roof. Minor damage, actually, on both teams so far. A little bit. A few shots exchanged here through the skylight and through the shed door. Roadrunner... Oh, Roadrunner actually has a clacker. Interesting. He will not be able to use it, though, because Fierce is ecoing.
Seems like Death's sitting with a late bar ready in storage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. He might. I'm surprised he did not drop that yet, honestly.
Yes.
Because he knows they're coming from there, so. And Daxi is in the building now. He's the only one, though. Actually, Vital's dropped down as well, but he's still in storefront. Daxi in chat now. Okay, he's pulling back. I was thinking would maybe go into office with support from Diagra from outside, but maybe he is now. Def is getting pushed back.
Death not placing his
down
wire.
with the barbed wire in hand. That's why I would have put the barbed wire there. And then again, if he dies there, nobody can cover it regardless. Adaxi now in freezer. This could end badly for Godspeed, sorry. But Maze comes from behind, takes out Marbles, but Adaxi reacts really well here, turns around and takes him out. So that's 3 defenders down. Comes down to Roadrunner and Smith sitting in bomb room, and Roadrunner goes down immediately to the push. But Adaxi with the knack here. Smith with the auto shotgun can take Adaxi, but cannot stop the rest of the team. And that round goes to Fierce.
It really came down to Fierce having a flashbang there. If they didn't have a flashbang there, I think Smith would have been able to mow down the whole team. They lined up right on him, and they were too focused on Godspeed.
Probably true. Yeah, you're probably right, but they managed to conserve one more flashbang. Actually, they have another one.
Yeah, they managed to come in with 2 flashbangs in that situation. I really think that if Death had been able to place that barbed wire or even get a pick there, that round would have gone very differently.
Likely, yeah. I liked how Marbles. Well, no, Adaxi was playing bathroom though, coming in from the side on Godspeed, and then turning around after his teammate got shot behind him. Got a triple kill there with the knack, actually.
Yeah.
So
you really have to have this good communication. You don't want someone to come on your flank and just completely wipe your team with a shotgun or whatever.
Yeah.
You need to be able to react to that. Plenty of times, you'll see teams just kind of get walked through by players like Mace with shotguns, and that's because they don't have the communication skills to inform the team about it. Yes, you can say behind you can scream and shout all you want, but that's not going to change the fact that that's not telling anyone any information other than someone is killing someone. You need to have that spatial awareness, and you need to know and say, behind whoever's in front of you in whatever room you died in.
Yeah,
You need to
yeah.
be able to do that, and I think Fierce's comms are really doing that here.
I think so as well. Yeah, probably on both teams. Really, communication is key of the game, so you can expect all top teams to have that nailed down. But in chaotic situations, it still goes wild from time to time, I assume, and then sometimes communication can break down for a moment or two. One important point to take from last round is Fierce managed to steal their clacker back. So they have 2 clackers now and 2 chargers. So we'll see if what they do with it.
It looks like they're going to use it to do a simultaneous breach of docks and office while sending one player to fan to cover them. And
I'm not
presumably
sure
shooting
of fan actually.
They did have fan marked at one point. They might bring 2 people down to docks then, because they did mark fan eventually. It seems like they're
I'm a
planning to
little
jump up from the
confused.
railing.
Can you
You can jump up from this railing onto the
You
shelter.
can?
Yes.
Oh, that is not intended jump though, right? Yeah, it is.
I believe that's not intended. You'd have to
Yeah,
ask
okay.
Axum about it though.
Yeah, no. Actually, I remember someone asking, not specifically, maybe not specifically this spot, but a similar spot. Yeah, you're not supposed to get up there. That's an oversight by Axum. Unfortunate, but I assume both teams are aware of it. I mean, Fierce definitely is. So I would expect Macer is aware of it as well. It's a minor thing. It's not too big of a deal. But yeah, it's not intended to be able to do. But it's not banned or anything from this game. So they're allowed to do that. That's fine. It's part of the game right now. So yeah, Marbles is blue. Actually, they only brought one clacker. I guess they wanted to use more frag grenades and flashbangs instead.
I think they were trying to wait to see which dock they wanted to breach. It seems like he's debating which one.
Yeah, Marbles is going back and forth after he breached office. They're still sitting outside. They're not pushing in. Stars and Dagger on the other side, slowly pushing into storage. Nobody is there. Marbles eventually breaches Dog 6, takes some shots. Adax and Vitals take office. Smith is hiding in the cart here. Most of them are actually next to conveyors, next to the bomb. With Mace being in toxic with the mob here. We'll see if he can find a shot, but they're not pushing out of office, so he's not really getting any contact here, really. Stars slowly pushing in. Roadrunner picking up at exit here, but there goes 2 kills for the attackers. Now Mace pushed into office and takes out Vitals with his secondary shotgun here. Apparently, nice shot. That kills 2. That's the 2 attackers down, but also another defender down. Diagro picks up Roadrunner, and now it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Mace still with the mob there on the catwalk, has office control. Marbles is in the truck now. Nice kill here from Mace, takes out Diagro, and now it's a 2v2. Smoke is set though, which allows Marbles and Stars to reposition. Marbles actually pushing up the office stairs here. Maybe he's waiting. Mace is waiting as well though. No, none of them, both with the sniper in hand, looking at the doorway. None of them goes through it. Marbles actually rotates. Godspeed reacts really well, shoots him and kills him, and also gets a kill on Stars here and secures the round for Macer. Wow.
Macer really proving that they are still in this game. I mean, it came down. Those last 3 attackers were one shot to both of the primary weapons on the field. So they were in a very bad position, and they pushed, and they were punished for it. I mean, we really saw Mace pick it up with the mop, and the Legros can be such a devastating weapon, especially against injured opponents, where you don't even have to hit the head. Its fire rate is great, its accuracy is great, and its damage is huge.
Yeah, the only issue is the max size and the reload time. So,
Which,
but if you don't need to reload, that's fine. Like if 11 bullets are enough, then
theoretically you can kill an entire attacking team with 1 mag. You just have to hit all the headshots.
If you double tap the heads from all of them, you can. You'll still have a bullet over if you loaded an extra one into the gun, actually. So, yeah, but that's obviously. Hypothetically speaking, because I never saw someone do that.
I'm sure if the attackers line up, it'll be easy
I'm waiting
enough.
for the flag save when that actually happens.
It would be impressive. Yet again, we see the attackers planning to make good use of this courtyard, or at least being highly aware of it. Defenders looking to set up, I believe, the exact same barbs that we saw from, almost the exact same barbs that we saw from Mazer's defending round. The only difference being that they want to put one in office, whereas Mazer put one on the green door from courtyard. So, yeah, obviously proving that is a very effective barb setup. I mean, the one in Brookhouse is huge if you have someone ready to wallbang on both of those, and there's no way to get a frag to clear both of them at the same time, so you're going to have to push through at least one. Although I think Mazer is planning to take bigger advantage of the courtyard in general, based on the lines they've drawn and the fact that they seem to be planning to eco this one, which is a very powerful push as you can get into club fast and you can get into courtyard fast.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see how this plays out. Seems like, I mean, Mazer played this very tight in backstage and club, and seems like Fierce does this for the most part. But they have Diagro lurking in office, and also it seems like Mazer's actually playing eco here. So we will see how that plays out. Stars is waiting for them behind that door with the auto shotgun though, so take some shots.
Giving away his position.
Yeah, I don't think he can shoot through this cover there, actually. Wow! Explosive push, but 3 attackers down immediately. Stars fell, but they got gunned down from backstage hard. Adaxi and Marbles picking up the kills here, and Roadrunner to Molotov! Not Molotov, yeah, the Molotov. He got stuck in the corner there, couldn't move, and now Godspeed gets killed across the map from the aggro through 2 windows in courtyard. That was devastating.
Oh, a lot of players might not realize it, but the Gruber is actually probably one of the most powerful guns in this game. I believe it has the fastest time to kill of any gun that doesn't one-shot. If you get those headshots, and it's very easy to get those headshots, you can just wipe. Like we saw Adex do with 1 spray, he was able to down 2 attackers before they even realized what happened.
Yep.
They really needed to smoke it to push that.
How to use it. You have to go for the headshots, but if you land those...
I mean, even with its fire rate and recoil, you can do some damage with body shots.
Yeah, you can.
Coming in, it's 4-6 in favor of Fierce.
Yeah, that means
Fierce
they
can
cannot
no
actually
lose.
They cannot well, they can still lose the game technically, because if this goes to a tie, we'll have to play overtime.
Yes, because this game hasn't gone on for long enough.
Yeah, exactly. Because remember, this is a best of 3, and the score right now is 1-1. So we need a clear winner here, because well, one of them has to be knocked out before we go to the finals. So yeah, if Mesa picks up next 2 rounds, then we'll see more of these 2 teams, which is good news, I guess, but it also prolongs the whole thing by quite a bit. On the other hand, Slaughterhouse momentum is being played right now already, so it would not be an extra delay towards the end. It would just mean that we could not cover, or we would have to cover less of momentum Slaughterhouse, which is unfortunate, but it also means we would get more Mesa Fierce, which is very interesting so far.
Yes. So we're coming back in. We're on Operation Enemy Elephant. It's got this very, very strong storage breach that just gives you a straight rush into bomb. In fact, there's no doors. You don't even need a shotgun here, which is why we've seen both teams dedicate 2 barbed wire to this. Now, we didn't see Mazer place down that 2nd barbed wire. I don't know if that was intentional or on accident, but there was definitely at least 2 barbed wires in that room at some point. We can see Fierce not making that mistake and getting 2 barbed wire placed down.
Yeah, I think actually, I now remember. I was wondering why he did not put the barbed wire down yet. I believe it was that, and I assume because he didn't want to put it in the green, though he wanted to actually put it further back in storage, but he still had to rotate through there. Yeah. But in the end, he died with it in its end, so it didn't work out for him. So looks like we're going for a split push storage storefront, which makes sense. They ecoed the first round, so not bringing a charge here would be, unnecessary. Shooting out the freezer showers here. Smith is waiting for the clack. Stars is actually pushing through barbed wire. It's now in a bad position. Oh, that would have killed him if he would have clacked at that moment. But he might get in the back of Roadrunner now. Actually, they didn't drop down yet. Stars is waiting for them. He's not aware that they're breaching. Now they're breaching behind him. And he turns around. No explosive push here. So he might actually get the drop on Def here. No, he looked away for just a second and Def takes him out. It was unfortunate because Def checked north first. If Stars would have looked that way, he would have gotten the kill there. Fragging the barbed wire, deep barbed wire, pushing through the other one. Molotov coming out. Oh, that was actually another frag.
Marbles throw a recovered frag and attempt to get a kill and actually clear the wire.
He gets the Roadrun eventually, but Smith gets the revenge kill here. Now with 3 people pushing into Arcade. There's the flashbang. Vitals is trying to hold it, but no chance. Adaxi pushing in with the auto shotgun. Can he hold it? But Mace is behind him with the shotgun. He ran past by him and gets the kill here. And Godspeed from outside helps his teammate. Oh, Diagro gets the kill with Molotov, but it's been taken out, and that round goes to Mesa. So 5-6.
Well,
oh God,
it hasn't gone to them yet. They could still mess this up. I doubt it, but they could.
Technically, but yeah.
They seem to be
You
looting.
pick up the class so they can do the double charge last round. We'll see if it actually helps them. Fierce decided against that last set because they wanted to bring more utility instead. Respectable choice.
Oh,
That was
round.
wild. Actually pushing in there, and Mace was just next to him, and he didn't see him and got him there from behind. That was pretty wild.
Yeah, you
was
really
a
got to
good
check
push
your
in
corners. Yeah, no,
but
that
the
was
one-
a very good push into arcade. Marbles almost killing himself by clearing the barbed wire and allowing was that Smith to be able to play further back without getting stuck in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe.
I saw that frag grenade. I thought he might be able to do some work with it, but I guess
no,
he
I
didn't.
wasn't. Someone else pushed through. I think it was a death.
Well, no, it didn't
One of them
push
pushed
push through. He was killed from someone playing in storage who was able to pull back and get a better angle into the arcade.
Okay, that's why you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
that was pretty crazy.
So here's the round that determines if we go to overtime or we get to go
Yep.
check in on SH and Momentum.
Yeah, either Fierce makes it to the finals now, or we go into overtime.
Yes.
This is make or break. But Mazer is in a great situation to take this. But then again, Fierce was in the same situation and did not manage to take it. So,
Given this situation here, given the situation of their economy, I would honestly, I mean, they look like they're planning to go docks, but I would go office and then wall charge out of office straight onto the conveyors, as the conveyors are a huge place to hold, and if suddenly you lose all that cover to your side, you just lost conveyors.
that's true. It seems like they want to do something similar, but from the other side. They had okay, they now erased the lines, but for a second they had a line there from storage through the wall next to bomb. So that would be an option as well. It seems like they completely erased all plans and now are debating it again. We'll see what they do. Seems like Fierce wants to have someone sit in the truck. I think I want to wallbang from Toxic. Interesting. I mean, yeah.
It is very strong, as Toxic does not stop the bolts at all. Although I don't think you can do that due to the conveyors, especially if the
You think
diffuser
it's
is
too high?
crouched. I would think it's too high from that angle. It's full cover there.
It's hard to say, but yeah, you might be right.
I mean, especially
You
if the
might be right.
person's crouched and playing close. I don't think they'd be able to pull it off.
Yeah, you might be right.
They're definitely going to be a threat, but I don't think they're the biggest
Yeah.
risk.
Fierce is shouting at the fan, apparently.
Yes.
And Mesa did not really draw out a plan. They have one line through Dock 1. They're bringing a door charge there.
And the wall charge.
The wall is the wall charge on Mace?
Wall charge goes down.
Wait, where's the wall charge?
They might door charge the other dock or the fan. I don't know. They need to draw more lines.
Oh yeah, they placed the door charge on 1. You're right. Okay. They only brought one clacker, similar to what Fierce did, but they didn't blow Dock 1 yet. So, okay. I guess they're gonna blow fan first. There we go. And I guess Smith runs back now. Yep, Mace is.
I think they're trying to catch someone out of position on docks, and they might be able to do that if Marbles pulls back a little further.
And again, if Adaxi reacts quickly, he can peek them from office. Marbles
the
not in a
Molotov
terrible
ready.
spot from there. He should be able to react. He cannot really. I guess he can fall back into the truck if they breach, so he should be fine for the most part. I guess the truck's not open yet. I don't think he opened it.
No.
So wall charge goes off. Adaxi immediately peeks for a second, throws a Molotov, kills Roadrunner here. Well played. At the same time, Mace drops in, takes out Diagro, and Marbles runs for his life with the shelving. Kind of out of position now. Mace is getting shot from the catwalk though, from the other side of the maps, which gives Marbles some breathing room here. But he has to be careful where he moves because 3 attackers are storming in through Dock. Now coming up from the side here. Marbles takes a shot at Mace, misses, and now he gets shot, but actually survives now. Smith managed to track him down, but Godspeed pays with his life for that. Stars and Vitals both get taken out on the catwalk though, which leaves Adaxi. This looks like overtime. If Adaxi doesn't clutch this is overtime. 1v2. Smith is on bomb. Bomb's at 50%. Adaxi with the F1 here runs down the stairs. Can he take out Mace? Can he take out Smith? He cannot take out Mace, but not Smith. Smith secures it. We're going to overtime.
We're going to overtime.
Oh my god. What a
The
match.
5-hour DPL match.
So I guess this game didn't count again. We cancel each other out. So we're starting from scratch. We're starting completely from scratch, I guess, for another half.
Another half. Now, Pion, would you tell the good folks at home what overtime entails? Because I don't think we've had overtime before.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure the teams know it first. Okay, so overtime means we're basically playing. We're adding more halves, more game halves. So sets of 6 rounds until this game is decided. So we're playing another 6 rounds now. Well, technically we're playing a best of 6 now. So if one team goes to 4 points, it's over. But if they tie again, we're playing another half. So yeah. I'm gonna make sure the team's communicating with me so we can get in a match and they know what to do.
Just checking in, giving you for the Slaughterhouse Momentum game, how that's going right now. I believe they're on the first game, and the teams are currently tied 4-4. So still anyone's game there. We don't know who's going to play the victors of this overtime.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's exactly as I said. We're going to play a ranked match now, but we're technically only playing the first half. So the first team that goes to 4 points wins. If they tie the first half, we're just going to play the second half and see how it goes. And if they somehow tie that again, I guess we play another one and another one and another one. That's hopefully not going to happen. Eventually, one team will prevail, but
or one team will just pass out of exhaustion. I don't care.
Yeah,
which.
or the casters.
Yeah, that could happen too. I mean, we've already lost the original casters for this match.
We still have to cast another best of 3 after this. So there's a bunch of more due process for you guys out there. So I guess for the viewers, this is great. Now I also enjoyed.
This has been
I
good
will
fun.
fall in my bed later tonight and be completely devastated. But this is fun. Okay, go. Seems like team's ready.
Just another quick checkup on SH, and Momentum shows that Momentum has taken the lead now at 5 points with SH at 4.
I guess they're still in their first game, probably.
Yes,
so,
based on the scores and when that all started, I'd say
5-4.
so.
That makes sense. Interesting. Momentum actually being in the lead here. I would love to see that game, honestly, but this one is also very exciting, obviously.
Yes.
So yeah, teams are queued up. They will be in the match momentarily. This is wild. This
is a crazy game.
Especially like if you consider the first game was 7-0 in favor of Macer, I believe, and the second was 7-2 in favor of Fierce. So the first 2 games were actually pretty lopsided, and then we get like the broken match that gets canceled after the halftime, and now we do a full next match and they actually tie 6-6. Like.
This is quite the game.
Events. Like this is quite a match for semifinals of this Dreamhack tournament. Due process open, ladies and gentlemen. Dreamhack Leipzig home edition.
Yes.
Okay. Seems like teams have found their match. It will start momentarily after we all joined and the versus screen is over and stuff like that. So yeah. Match on the go. I might have joined too early. We'll find out in a few seconds.
I don't actually have any issues with joining before the versus screen. I find that to not.
No, I'm getting it. All good.
Yeah.
I sometimes have an issue with it. It's just a minor annoyances.
Spectator is not quite a feature complete.
Yeah, that's why it's not public and it's limited to a very small pool of people. If any of the viewers are wondering why they cannot use the spectator feature, because it's very janky and work in progress. It's gonna be public eventually after it's polished.
Eventually. You can see that Seems like Fierce are not happy to play another one in the chat. Diagri's worried about a heart attack, and Marvel's talking about unionizing. Better squash that quick.
Sure. Go on. Well, we're on Zulu rushing.
Yes.
Interesting.
There's a factory map for the first round of this overtime. We're coming in. We have Fierce on attack, Mazer on defense. This might favor Fierce, as both teams seem to favor attacking over defending in terms of their win rates.
This is a containment map.
Yeah, we got containers. We're coming in. It looks like both teams are just aware of the just rush power strat here. We have Fierce drawing a line that it looks like they want to do that, and it looks like Mazer is ready to counter that. It seems like Fierce is also going to set someone up on that green door on dock with a long gun, either a black tar or a saber, to just try and control that angle. It'll be interesting to see if it puts anyone there to contest them and how that goes for them. Seems like the line they've drawn has set them up so that they are not going to get peeked from the green door, although it does leave them susceptible to a fan peek. However, no one on Mazer is peeking fan, so they should be safe.
Yep.
Containment or containers, however you want to call it, it is a very interesting new feature of factory maps, as it creates an area where close quarter guns are able to excel and creates lanes where long range guns can just devastate you. So we're gonna see a lot of varied gameplay on this map, I believe.
Yep. Adax is sitting on the green door here, next to Dog, while the others are lining up for a service push. Marbles apparently wants to throw a flash or a smoke through the windows. We'll see what it is. Maze sitting there with the mob, cannot connect the shot, and smoke going out. Lights are out, and they're slowly pushing in. Adax is still outside. Oh, Marble's actually pushing up the fan, but Maze is watching it, so that's sniper battle. Marbles takes a lot of damage there. Maze hit the body, and Maze pulls back. Maze actually comes for the peek again. Probably wants to spam him with the pistol. Marbles, oh, this might end up at, oh, Marbles actually flashed. The others are pushing in from servers very slowly, but Stas has been taken out. This is not looking too great for them here. I mean, Adaxi got Smith, so that's good, I guess. But yeah, they're now taking containment. Godspeed is down, Roadrunner goes down. Looks very good for Fierce right now. Dev kind of in a bad spot here, getting shot from multiple sides, is running for his life. Dagger picks him up with the shotgun here, and now it's down to Mace to somehow clutch this 1v4. I mean, they're pretty low, most of them. He's still looking for
all
Marbles.
one shot to the same from the
There we go.
mob.
He takes Mace, and now Marbles actually comes up, but Mace turns around and takes him out! 1v2! He actually has a chance now. He has the mob. He can make this. Bomb's at 30% though, 40%. He pushed by Liger and gets the kill, and now it's down to Vitals! Vitals secures the round. Last second. Well, not last second, but last man standing. That was almost a clutch here for Mace.
That was almost an amazing clutch. I mean, even the 3K he got alone was amazing.
Well, please tell me that pun was intended.
I punned?
Amazing clutch, because it was Mace.
Yes.
That was such a strong display from him, but his team just couldn't make it earlier. It was a very nice push from Fierce, very methodically taking their time.
I mean, Fierce really showed their attack plans, which is just to push all together, really organized. They take rooms slowly, but when they take rooms, they take them with ferocity. That one was intended.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it works well. I mean, they usually they take their time and then they move in all at the same time, preferably from different angles, and that made it really hard for the defenders here in containment, because they got pincered there and got shot from multiple angles, and eventually it was enough for Fierce. So we will see if they can keep the momentum up and take Vulcan Tiger as well.
This map actually has another new-ish room, or well, it's an old room that's returning. We haven't seen it in a while. Pillbox.
Directed room.
Yes. And it's another room that really changes how the map flows, as Pillbox gives you control over basically of kitchen, brick house, backstage, and club. Club being the bomb room, it makes Pillbox a very important room to hold. I also believe that the walls here are set to thick or even very thick. Which means wall banging, which is kind of the staple of Kill House, is not as effective on Pillbacks, so it kind of breaks up the map in that way and prevents, you know, the cross-map wallbangs we've seen at some points. It seems like Fierce is looking to go green here, whereas Mazer is really concerned about that backstage push, and who wouldn't be? That is a very straight shot to bomb, although it is a hard one to take when you do something like what Mazer's doing here, double barbing it, and I think that's what a lot of teams do because it's just such a straight corridor that, you know, you put the barbed wire there, you set an Igmar or an F1 along that angle, and you can just kind of destroy the whole team. Even a Gruber would make short work of a team forced to push through that.
They actually did not place the second barbed wire yet. Roadrunner puts his on the green door in club. Godspeed has another one though, so they have 4, but he's probably not gonna make it there anytime soon. He's down in office, taking some shots to the windows here.
Probably for the better.
Pushing in, Mace is hiding into behind the bricks and takes out the Diaker, but he managed to take out Death first, and now it's shotgun battle. Death, Mace versus the Daxi. They both they
trade and they stay dead this time.
This time they stay dead. Yeah, I'm very happy about that. I was worried for a second. A shotgun trade. That was interesting. Leaving the teams with a 3 versus 3. And I wonder where Godspeed will place this barbed wire. There goes the wall charge. They actually did not eco. They brought the wall charge, flashing Smith here, but do not follow up with it. Smith puts the Molotov out to give Godspeed time to reposition. Roadrunner is holding the northern angle, takes out Marbles, who was pushing through that little room there behind reception, and now it's gonna be fairly hard for Vitals and Stars to make this. They flash in. Also has a frag grenade. One if he uses this. No, he doesn't. He gets crossfired. He goes down Stars. Managed to get Smith, but is being taken out by Godspeed, who secures his barbed wire, I guess.
Save it for next round. Seems like Roadrunner has recovered the auto shotgun.
Yep. I wonder if he picks up the frag. I don't think he saw it. It should be on Vitals. I guess he missed it. He might. Yeah, he has another chance. There we go.
No, it doesn't.
No. Oh, it might be in an awkward position.
Yeah.
That would be deadly. Frag grenades on defense can be very devastating. We saw 4 kill yesterday.
Yes. Frag grenades are very powerful tools when given to defenders.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a lot of things are in this game, they are stronger on the side that they're not. The exceptions basically being flares, barbed wire, and flashbangs. Everything else is generally better than what you're given for your side.
Barbed wire can be fun to use on attack, but it's very... I mean, you rarely get it because usually the defenders
usually teams will place it down, although late barbing has become a lot more common.
Yeah, but mainly in competitive play. You usually don't see that in casual play, but even then it's unlikely that someone dies with the barbed wire, and you'll also be able to pick it up, so it's a very rare occasion, and even then you rarely can make use of it. Like sometimes there is a neat spot where you can cover your flank basically, but yeah, it's very situational.
Teams have tied up the game here. It's 1-1. We're coming in on the last round of this set.
See how many more times they can tie this game after.
Hopefully,
best of 3.
Hopefully not again. We're coming in. It's Operation Liberty Oracle. Fierce only has 1 clacker and 1 door charge, and I believe Mazer knows this. And they are setting up. Looks like they're setting up for a Tellers and Storefront Breach, which I believe Fierce is actually doing. They don't actually seem to be using a door charge here. Interestingly enough, they don't seem to be circling any of the red doors. I wonder, have they used all of theirs by accident? Checking in on the Fierce truck in free cam, they do have a door charge. They just have not
maybe they
use it. No, they have one.
They could use it on Teller, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know what advantage that would have over a shotgun.
I mean, they could use it on the Teller arcade door.
Yeah. They might claymore a door somewhere along here, because they do have a frag.
They drop it again. They're not quite decided yet. Okay, pick it up. There we go. Seems like I think they just swapped it, maybe.
Yeah.
I think they swapped players.
That's probably what I heard there.
The charge and the clacker. Yeah, the defenders still have the auto shotgun. Lots of shotguns, actually. That's 3 shotguns.
With a map like this, where bomb is in office, and there's a lot of small rooms they have to go through.
This is as close range as you can get for defenders. 2 shotguns, auto shotgun, 2 nags. Like, you cannot go more close range than that.
Did you want anything else for this map?
No, absolutely not.
There's a few good lanes you could do with an Igmar, but I think the shotgun's gonna play much better.
Yeah, I mean, a Gruber would be fine, but I'm not sure if they still have any left.
Yes, KR could do some damage and brace fire.
Absolutely. I mean, like Ross became popular recently on C-Store, but no great
The
line
wall
of
bank
sight.
potential, really.
Pushing into arcade with some flashbangs. Def and Mace holding storage quite successfully so far. I think that's a frag. Is that a frag? No, it wasn't a frag. Okay. Looked like a frag for a second, but there's a barbed wire.
Frag goes into
freezer.
to bathroom, I think.
Oh, there it goes. It did.
No, that was a door charge.
That was the door charge. Oh yeah, might be. No, wait, the clacker's on stars. Is that a door charge? I'm not sure where the door charge is. Anyway, they actually managed to take out Smith here, so the auto shotgun is down. Very important kill. And now he spams the door, runs through the Molotov. He didn't saw that. Oh, and dies to the Molotov.
Smith gets a martyrdom kill.
Oh god.
Frag into office.
Doesn't kill Mace, hides behind the bomb. Time is ticking down actually, 27 seconds. Dev still holding the door. It's now getting flashed. The Agron stairs are pushing in. Dev takes out one of them. Actually, might take out both. He does. Mace has to fall back from his office now. Marbles goes in with the other shotgun. Takes out Godspeed. Takes out Dev. And it's down to Mace with the shotgun. Takes out Marbles. It takes out Rachel.
Mace clutches, making up for his failure to clutch in that first round. We're coming in. We're going on to the second set of this half, which again, if Mazer is able to get to 4 points, then that means that they win this game.
Absolutely. What? That was a back and forth. That was crazy.
Again, I think we really saw that Fierce's biggest flaw is that they take so long to get those pushes to go.
Yeah, they had to rush it in the end. Wait, was Mace the one killing the ones in storage? Did he get a 4K there?
No. Mace was in playing in office for most of that.
Oh, okay.
I believe he only got two. Was that Death? Might say that was Death.
Yeah, I think so. That was crazy.
Great performance from pretty much all of Mazer.
Yeah.
I mean, Smith managing to get a martyrdom kill on Adex.
That was. And Daxi taking out Smith that for some reason decides to run back without checking, rushing through the Molotov, right into the Molotov. That was crazy. That was crazy. I would have loved to be like in his mind at that point. Like, what are you thinking? Like, what goes through your mind when you're like doing something like that?
I'm sure they're getting fatigued after this.
He was probably shouting. I'm not sure. I don't know if Daxi is a shouter, but like a lot of people would be like very loud and upset in a situation like that.
Especially Molotovs. Molotovs. Simultaneously too lethal and too easy to run through.
Yep. Well, we're back to Sulu rushing. Now Mace is on the attack. They did very well on defense, I would say, so far. In general, I mean, they're playing really strong on defense overall, I'd say. And, well, not on attack, they're playing strong on attack as well, but we'll see if they manage to take this.
I mean, we're putting it now on Mazer's preferred side. Both teams, I believe, really prefer playing on attack in terms of winning.
Oh, okay.
So I think we're going to see them have to... I mean, Mazer being able to pick up 2 rounds on defense is going to be big. We'll have to see if Fierce is able to do the same.
Remember, they almost got 3, actually. Mace almost clutched.
There was almost a clutch there. So
I mean,
they've
Mace
been really close rounds.
Absolute top players in the game right now. Mace has been with us for a long time. And it shows. It really shows.
Yes.
Amazing player.
Seems like Mazer is doing a very similar strategy to what Fierce did, which is just kind of use all the entrances, but focus servers. Yeah,
looks like it. We have Marbles on the high ground with the Morp here. Diagra on the other side of the high ground with the Ingmar covering Fan. Adaxi is the only one in the... Oh no, actually there's also Vital South. They're breaching servers. Adaxi pulls back. We will see if can manage to hold power, because that's what Fierce did last time. And it seems like Roadrunner and Smith might want to do that as well. There's a barbed wire there though, and Adaxi is holding it with the shotgun.
Now throwing goes into the smoke.
Yep. They decide not to run in. Good for them. I'm not sure if they saw the Molotov maybe. Interesting smoke actually. Not sure what their plan was with that. Adaxi rotates around. Actually goes north now. Shoots a pistol, that gives Roadrunner the time to take power, and he just runs out again. So, okay. And now he runs past and takes the shot from Daxi here. No, actually didn't take damage, never mind. The others are pushing in through Fan, and Daxi managed to take Roadrunner eventually. Def is on high ground now with the Saber, and it's dark. So that's a good situation for him. Flares are going out. Marbles drop down with the mob. Smith still south here. Daxi actually wants to take power again, up on again, and he does. And now we will see if Smith can turn this around. He pushes in, Daxi takes him out. Good for Fierce so far. The other 3 attackers are still pushing from north though, but their south team has been fallen. The defenders are quite low, but so is Maze. We will see. Darius in office is giving them trouble. Marbles is just waiting for them to push a little further, while the other defenders are shooting from south, putting on pressure from different angles here. Slowly crawling forward. Time is running low, 30 seconds. Shots are being out. Mace is going down actually. Godspeed and Stars are trying to shoot each other. Death actually goes for the smoke defuse here. Vitals shoots him blindly, and Godspeed has been taken out by Stars.
Tying the game 2-2.
Oh boy. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy.
Yes, we do have the potential to see it continue to another overtime half here.
It seems like both teams had a good time defending this map. I mean, yeah, it was in the end. It was close in the first round, but it was only close because Mace clutched hard in the end. He was 1v4, I believe. So
perhaps that's just not Mazer's map. They don't do well on it. That's been the only map they've lost thus far. So maybe we'll see a better performance in attacking Killhouse and C-Store. They seem to know how to defend those, so maybe they can attack them.
We will see. We will see.
Instantly coming in and just circling backstage and drawing an arrow through reception. I don't know what Mazer's thinking, but definitely a split push.
I'd actually remove the lines from backstage there, considering that's probably wallbang lines for a club. I don't think they want to wall charge there. I mean, they could.
They could.
Oh, actually, that looks like a wall charge, actually, into behind the bar. Maybe.
Could just as easily be wallbang, as that is a very strong position to hold, especially against backstage.
It is. Yeah, if you want to push in from reception, well, backstage, right? Really, yeah. Someone sitting behind bar is hard to clear.
Looks like they want a double barb or even triple barb reception, which might be a good idea given that. I
mean, I count 4. Well, yeah, triple barb reception. You're right, and then another one on backstage.
Yeah, no, they Fierce knows that not momentum. Macer has lost their clacker and will probably be heavily considering a full eco, and double barbing it like that could be devastating, especially if they have someone in club with some gun ready to wallbang into both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Macer is apparently, I think they want to secure office because of the wallbang potential.
Yeah. They want the wallbangs, and they don't want someone coming from the flank.
Yeah. I mean, if you hold office as an attacker, the defenders will have a hard time holding club because they'll just get shot from the wall. Like if the callouts are coming from the people who are pushing in from the green door, like they're on stage. Okay, you shoot on stage. They're behind bar.
It looks like Smith does have a charge and clacker. Will they be splitting reception and backstage?
Yeah. It seems like that's the plan. Mace is going further than that now.
He might just be baiting with sound. Yeah, he's
that
baiting
might
with
be
sound.
true. Yeah, Smith's placing down the door charge in backstage. Godspeed. I always want to say Dogspeed for some reason. Godspeed is on his side, and the other 3 are pushing into reception. Reception is there's no defense here. They're all pulled back in club. A few wall bangs, but nothing connected. Walls are getting sprayed from both teams. Backstage is breached. The aggro throws a Molotov, but they did not push it. 2 Molotovs actually out. They don't do anything. They baited those Molotovs very well here. I mean, they delay a little bit of time, but they...
Interestingly, Def not putting a frag into pillbox.
Yeah, Stars is sitting there with the auto shotgun, so that would be really valuable, actually. They control office, take out the aggro eventually. And they have to frag 50% into pillbox now. Are they even aware Stars is there? Dev opens the door, Stars kills immediately. Apparently they're not aware. Will Stars get another kill on Roadrunner, who kicks the door? He does, but now Mace from behind. But Stars is aware. He's running back and forth. He's not quite sure where to go. Now he found a good corner. Mace is coming around though and takes him out.
Will they get Death's frag in pillbox and use it?
Probably, and they also can pick up the auto shotgun now. Oh, what the wallbang! No, what's up to the window? That was not wallbang.
Through the window.
Well played. 2 windows through. Well, window and door, I guess. Mace threw the frag grenade really deep, and he's on his own now because Marbles also managed to kill Smith.
He's recovering clacker.
He's recovering clacker.
He's denying utility by throwing that frag and recovering clacker. to make sure that they don't have to go green in the next round.
Yeah.
That's critical. He was in a position where he very well could have clutched that. He is still full health, but it was one
Yeah,
not
it would
worth
have
the
been
risk.
a very risky play. Marbles has the saber now. I guess
He started the saber.
Yeah, he had that already. Stole it last round. I wonder how many more shots he has left, though.
He did fire it quite a bit. I would imagine he has a mag and a half left, if I was to take a guess.
Maybe, if they brought that many.
I don't know how much he recovered initially.
I mean,
so-
if he still has a half and a mag, a mag and a half, he will probably bring it again.
Definitely.
Then again, it's C-Store, but the saber is just so strong on defense. I guess you would bring it regardless of which map you're going.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can wipe a team in less than a full mag. You only need 5 shots, theoretically.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the only way to one-shot in it. Well, the mob one-shots attackers as well, I guess, but it has to reload after every shot, and the saber doesn't.
I mean, Molotovs can one-shot attackers.
Yeah, I mean, shotguns can one-shot attackers, but you know what I was trying to say. Okay, well, 3-2. Tied again.
Coming back in on Liberty Oracle, and either Fierce wins here, or we're going into another half.
Yeah, this is match point. Very good point. Important to notice. This is match point for Fierce. If they win this, they're in the grand finals.
Both
And
teams looking like they want to blow into Office from Storefront, and I say except, but both teams seem very aware of the other's plan, I think. It seems like Mazer wants to use their wall charge to get into Office and then split Freezer, but it seems like Fierce is setting up Barb for that. I guess that the Barb they're placing there will be a late Barb, since I think it's to counter the wall charge. If it's not to counter the wall charge, and just to kind of control the movement in that room...
they have the line there. This is going to be a late Barb. They expect the wall charge there. I mean, it's a strong wall charge spot.
It is
a
very strong wall charge spot. It is probably... I mean, even if they don't push it, that's going to give the attackers a whole lane into Office, which gives them a lot of control.
Line alone, it's worth it, yeah.
Yeah, if their Freezer team can make work and clear the other side of Office, that means that the defenders will likely have to push from Arcade into Storefront to even be able to try and contest Bomb.
I mean, you can shoot the diffuser from storage, I guess, but...
Yeah. I suppose that is probably a good place to hold with it, yeah. It looks like someone's setting up in that corner. I can't tell if they have a long... It looks like, yeah, they got a KR. That is a perfect position for the KR if it's trying to play counter defuse.
They did not bring the saber, so I guess he was out of ammo.
Yes, or very
well,
low.
He just decided this map is too close range. Who knows?
Yeah,
but
this map is, he swapped it out for a nap, so maybe more than that.
I think he just shot open teller in the room.
Yep.
So Marbles is kind of exposed now with his neck. Trying to pick a kill here. He's on half HP though, has to be careful. Pulled back into Arcade now. Still did not drop yet. There we go. Flashbang to clear Arcade. Marbles pulled back completely. They're in Freezer now. Is the wall charge? Where's the wall charge, by the way?
Wall charge just dropped with Smith, and he has placed it down.
There we go. Yeah, it's about to blow up. Godspeed holding Freezer. Smith is still waiting with the clack. Stars is waiting for it though. There we go. Reactive barbed wire. Molotov from his teammate. Very well timed. Nicely done.
Mace does have a frag though.
I was about to say, yeah, they still have a frag. So they're pushing Arcade now though, but Mace can rotate from there back into Storefront and throw a frag if necessary. Another Molotov, some damage on Smith actually. They're pushing into storage now, flashbang going out. There's the Agri going down. Will Marbles get a kill here with his knack? He's running around. Oh no, he doesn't, but he baits a team kill. Mace killing Death while killing Marbles. So technically Marbles got a kill here. Oh, Mace gets another kill on Vitals. Here from Storage now. Stars pushed out through the barbed wire. What does he do? It's getting killed by the frag, and that's the run for Mazer.
And we're going into another half.
Another half. That's a quadra kill for Mace, but one of the kills was a team kill.
I mean, those count.
Oh wow.
Another half.
I mean, this is intense. I'm actually excited. I mean, for variety's sake, I would also like to see Slaughterhouse momentum, but
Yeah, I mean, Slaughterhouse momentum
wild.
appear to be on their second game. Momentum up 1-0 right now.
really,
I don't know who won the first one. Maybe someone in chat can tell us.
Wait, I'm looking if it's actually no, it's not recorded yet. Oh, they are 1-0 in the second game. Okay,
Yes.
I'll try to get an update on that actually. Whoa, more fierce Mazer and
More
since
fierce Mazer.
amazing Clash of Titans. This is crazy. This is really wild.
All right, we're coming in. We got new maps now. We're on Operation Ares Fist. New eco, new Hath. You know, whole new game. First team to get to 7 wins. Starting at 3-3.
Yep.
Interesting. So on this map, there is there's the Toxic with the red door, which has a very good line of sight. Now, a play that I have done and I've seen other people do is you kick down that red door and you place barbed wire up in its place. If you just get kicked down the red door, sure, it lets them in, but you put barbed wire there, and it means that someone playing Office or down in Toxic will be able to shoot them as they try to run in. Mm-hmm. I've seen it work pretty successfully before. I think I've even seen it been done against Fierce.
I just got an update on the Slaughterhouse momentum match.
Did it tie?
They tied the first game. Lots of ties today, apparently.
Oh, we're gonna be here all night.
This is pretty crazy. Teams at peak performance here.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone's
we'll see how
fighting
it
for
goes.
that top spot.
There's definitely line of sights here drawn and barbed wires on Office and Toxic. So seems like Mesa doesn't want to go there though.
No. Mazer seems to want to
have some server issues.
I can't tell what they want to do.
Okay, they're good.
They're good now.
This would be the time where they can actually restart because it was before the first round of the Harvest started, so it would have been.
I wonder if it's something with this map because Red Team playing yesterday we got this map and we had 2 players who got lag detected and couldn't move.
Interesting. Roadrunner and Godspeed pushing in and actually got flash, but they did not find him soon enough. Now he Molotovs, so he has time to retreat. The others are positioning themselves around Fan. Def has the saber. Oh, it's been taken! The Smith has been taken up by Marbles with the mob. Nice shot, and now they have to pick up the Clacker again. Okay, that was not no touch. There we go. Roadrunner and Godspeed trying to push into Toxic. The Darkseid pulling back into Office. Maze and Def have to wait for a Molotov to go out. And the Aggro and Marbles are watching that Fan with Ingmar and Mob. Flash going out there, so they have to pull back. And Roadrunner actually coming from north. Marbles has to run now.
Marbles very hurt.
Vitals and Stars in Office, they're holding. And the other 4 attackers are in shelving now, on bomb though. Roadrunner eventually getting down. The Aggro with a nice angle here from Dog. Mace pushes him down with the flash and takes him out. That was good communication. And there's the only 2 defenders left actually. And the attackers are on bomb. This might go very well for Mesa here, but Vitals picks up Godspeed and Mace. Never mind, it's clutch time again for Mace, I guess. No, for Def this time, and he gets the kill.
Both are 1 shot to the saber.
Oh, I mean, Def is 1 shot for the. No, actually, not 1 shot body shot, I guess. No. For the leg rush. Stars push him on the bomb here. Now it's 1 shot body shot. 70% on bomb. Stars comes again. No kill. He's dropping onto the window.
And Def gets him.
Wow.
That was a very intense round. Let's see if Death stops taunting his enemy and gets the Clacker. There he goes.
Those were wall bangs. I didn't realize.
Yes, no. They were using some of the only weapons that can pierce that, as those end caps on Office are very thick walls for some reason when the rest of the Office is thin.
I mean, they appear thick.
They do appear different, so.
Roadrunner claims he had 125 HP, so... No, wait. Wasn't it? Oh, yeah.
I believe that is what they call a lie.
No. I mean, sometimes the server is like the HP bar at the top is not 100% reliable. So he might be right, but I think it wasn't it Death who survived?
Yes, that I'm saying was the main thing.
Okay.
Typically, teammates don't give accurate reports of health.
Well, maybe. Maybe. Well, we'll never find out. It looked like he was pretty low on Spectator, but as I said, those are not 100% reliable for the most part. But sometimes there's the client misses an update or something.
Yes.
So-
We're back on no, we're not back on this. This is a new map. It's just also got a pillbox, like I think the last one did. Operation Permanent Odysseus.
Those names. I love the name generator.
The name generator is great. All the words in there, so wonderful. Coming in, it looks like Mazer wants to do something in backstage. They got lines back there. Oh, they're gonna use the free red door. It appears, and they might even blow kitchen then.
Yep. Oh no. Yeah. They're not bugged, but like that's not intended. The window next to the red door. That's obviously not. That's not supposed to happen.
Yes, that is.
That was an oversight. That's one of the major ones. I'm surprised this map's still not blacklisted actually.
Yeah.
I guess we're playing it.
We're playing it. I mean, yeah, both sides will get to this map, no matter what.
Yeah.
I believe.
Even if
Mazer wins, perfect here. Never mind. No, not an.
if they win the next
Fierce
two
has
rounds,
to win. Fierce has to win at least one round to get here.
Yeah.
But there's not anything in the rules to restart for bad maps.
No.
So.
A
No
map is-
more restarting.
No. If it can be avoidable at all costs.
Please.
So it seems like, they're taking the free red door, but also breaching kitchen. Smith on his own though. Adexi is sitting there with the Gruber and the barbed wire in hand still. Diagro is holding pillbox. The Stars has the auto shotgun. They definitely want to hold this. Stars shooting through the walls, but nobody is there yet.
Frag goes in, I believe, to backstage. Put his
Yep.
wire.
Daxi rotates, and now Smith can actually come in from kitchen. Stars takes out Roadrunner, so good start for the defenders. Smith eventually breaches. Daxi actually rotating back, and now shoots the door. Oh, Marbles takes firefight here. I think Smith took a decent amount of damage there. They managed to push in and kill Vitals and Stars though, but Smith goes down to Daxi, who was hiding behind the kitchen counter there. And Godspeed takes out Marbles, he clears up, but now he's on his own because Daxi rotates around and takes stuff in the kitchen hallway here, or corridor. And Godspeed is on a bomb, but it's two defenders left, and they have control of pillbox. Yes,
Daxi has managed to avoid all damage.
Yeah, he has a lot of time on his hand, but two defenders.
Their health pool is about equivalent of one attacker.
About. They're wallbanging him. Bomb is barely touched. Okay, 30% now, not too bad. 40%. He's baiting it. He's baiting it hard. Daxi's swapping weapon because he's running out of ammo. Diagro is rotating around from the other side though, getting on stage now while Daxi's pushing from the other side. What was that? 50?
Oh, so close!
It was like 90. I at least thought 97. I'm not sure if it was more than that.
I think it got to 98, 99.
It was really close.
That was an extremely close round.
Try again.
It's
a 4-4. That was intense though. He baited this out really, really well. It was very close in the end. Like he was baiting Ataxi so hard. Managed to get more and more percentage of the bomb. Ataxi eventually running out of bullets, swapping the gun. And
really managing to counter those wallbangs well. Getting a Molotov across the map through the pillbox windows to cover his rear.
That was crazy, yeah. And Diagro made a really nice rotation. It was a little, it was in time, I guess, but it was it was a little bit too close for comfort. So yeah, that could have gone either way for sure.
That was a very close match, and it just
very
happened
well
to bring
played.
it to another tie.
It was crazy. I would have liked to see him actually get to defuse. That was so well played.
That was really well played on them. I mean, Mazer's entrance into that bomb room was so strong. They just stumbled on a few areas, and that led to a lot of them dying.
I mean,
and that was just
basically, they
unfortunate.
lost 2 people before that. Like, not before that. There was 1 person before that to wallbangs, and Smith did not manage to push successfully into kitchen and got taken out by Adaxi eventually. So, yeah, Adaxi in general playing very, very well this round there as well. Was rotating back and forth between kitchen and bomb room. Had a very good awareness of what was going on, and
Coming
just
in
at the right spot in the right
this-
time.
Yeah, we're coming in on this next map, Operation Thrust Retribution. And we're gonna see a classic 2-process play, which is the storefront breach, as Mazer has their wall charge and they have a clacker, and they're just gonna run in there and they're going to take storefront. There's not much that Fierce can do to stop them from getting in. They're just gonna have to shoot them, and they're gonna have to play.
South as well, so you cannot even wallbang from storage.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
It's actually hard to hold.
This is a very hard storefront to hold. You're basically going to be stuck in arcade tellers and freezers. You can try and play up in the area above here, but it looks like Mazer has that mark to get flashed to hell and back.
Might even be. I mean, F could stand for frag even, but probably flashed. Molotov goes out. Another Molotov. The first one missed, actually.
Both missed.
Well, I guess, yeah. The second one, yeah, it missed. Maze rushed next to it. Rushes in. Marbles retreats into Teller. That was a frag. Vitals pulls back into Freezer, but is getting killed in the smoke regardless. And Daxi's down as well. So goes Marbles. This looks really good for Maze that just pushed into Teller very successfully. And we will see. Now, the Aggro is getting killed by Def and Freezer. And that's onto Stars, who's been taken out as well. Clean sweep for Mazer.
Mazer, perfect round, not a single casualty. Very impressive. I think they've seen this map. They see how hard it is to defend. Fierce is likely going to hold on to their wall charge if they can at all for this map. And I think they can plan. They can plan for that, and they don't want them to get to this map because I don't think there is an easy way for Mazer to win this. Fierce is going to have to mess up if they try to. Yeah. So we're going in.
That chat is interesting. I somehow managed to open my admin panel. How did I do that?
Probably with tilde.
Yeah, but I usually can't hit that because German keyboard layout. So I'm a little confused how I managed to do that. Anyway, doesn't really matter. That chat is wild though.
They are the players are calling for another restart apparently.
No, I don't think they're serious.
I hope they're not.
No.
We're back. Operation Ares Fist. Let's see how Fierce wants to attack this. We saw how Mazer did, and they did quite well. Although it came down to just death in a 1v2 clutch situation that he was able to pull off. Let's see how Mazer's gonna try and outperform Fierce's defense, and Fierce is gonna try and outperform Mazer's attack. We're seeing, it seems like Fierce wants to try and hit power. They want to go green. So they probably are doing that to open fan to allow a smaller team to push in, which is going to be interesting because it's going to leave them exposed with, 4 to 3 players are going to be in storage. And they're missing a lot of health and a lot of firepower by doing that, which could open them up to they could open themselves up for Mazer to get a few picks on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mazer is worried about the fan play and worried about a toxic play for sure. They've got lines.
Very successful at push stopping, at holding that fan last time. I think they got 2 kills up there, at least one.
They got the one through the fan.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna.
Eventually they pushed through, but
yes. Yes. It seems like Mazer is expecting a 2-2-1 split, 2 toxic, 2 storage, 1 fan. With that expectation, they might actually defend very well, as it seems like Fierce is going to dedicate most of its force to going storage. Or actually, no, they're just going to go fan. They're just going outright fan. They're ignoring that whole side of the map. Mazer's defense plan.
I think you're right.
I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, they're still debating it. They're swapping equipment around.
This is costing them precious time. Even if they kill all the defenders, they still have to defuse.
Yep. But seems like Stars and Marbles are going fan while the rest is going green. I mean, Diagra is still standing at truck. Oh, he wants to throw a flash through smoke through the window. And he does. Stars managed to get into, no, he doesn't, never mind.
They're both blocked outside.
Yeah, from the Molotov, but no, the Molotov is down. Def is watching it. No, he doesn't anymore. Okay, he gives it up.
Smith rotating to stop the green push.
Yeah, Diagra runs through the fire, goes down to half HP, but makes it through. I'm surprised they're still not pushing in Fan, and Def is just standing there. He knows that Fan is open. But Diagra takes out Smith here, very well played. Shot him from down there into office. And now they take power. Ah, that's what they're waiting for. Taxi there, Flash going out. Now Marbles and Stars are actually moving to Fan. And Vital takes Roadrunner in office here as well. From Toxic, that line of sight is just deadly. Maze is under fire as well. He says with the mob there. Def is trying to contest the two guys on Fan, but it's been taken out by Stars. And
oh, double collateral!
What? Maze with a mob! On the Toxic catwalk. That might actually turn it around, but it's still down 2-3. But two of the attackers are super low. If he can pick Stars, I believe, is the one with full HP with the mob here. Then this would be huge. 30 seconds on a bomb. That might also cause an issue. Adexi is tapping it though. Godspeed starts to. Oh, there we go. Mace picks up one. Not Stars though. Godspeed runs around. No, Mace jumps out the window north. And they're rotating Adexi down! And Stars gets the Godspeed, but Mace comes on behind with a pistol. Now he's running away to reload his mob. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's peeking. He's peeking with the GAT.
8 seconds. They got plenty of time.
Yes. 60% now. Stars gets the kill, and that should be enough. I think that's enough. That's.
Whoa! To tie the game once again.
That was on the millisecond, though. That was.
Tie game.
Wow.
5-5.
That was. Wow, that was incredibly close. That was the opposite to the other diffuse.
That was such an amazing round to watch.
That was a crazy back and forth. The collateral from Mace on the catwalk with the mob. Wow.
That came down to the wire. His health pool was so low. One more GAT shot would have finished him off.
Yeah, he was at basically at no HP and defuses the bomb in the last millisecond. It was literally like it was ticking down to I don't know. I'm not sure it showed 0 because I don't think it does. I think it should. When it shows 0, it would show 0.
It was on 0 seconds when he defused.
It was okay. It was as close as it could be, for sure.
We'll probably see Twitch clips of that.
Please clip this. That was amazing.
We're coming in on Operation Permanent Odysseus once again, the one with the free red door, which Fierce seems to plan to take good full use of. They look to be like they might be coming in every single entrance, which, you know, that is actually pretty powerful. It will pincer anyone in office, which allows them to take control of Pillbox.
I mean, that's exactly the reason Fierce did not defend office last time. They just stick to club and kitchen for the most part. So. Diagra's commanding his opponents.
That was a very clean collat. I have to agree with him.
I mean, they lined up very well on that catwalk.
Yes. I mean, those catwalks are devastating. You know, you get stuck in those lines. Barbed wire can really mess you up. Mace really timed his peak well there. Looks like Mazer is anticipating a push more on the eastern half of the map, setting up barbed wire for that, but that's going to leave them exposed to what appears to be the 2 players who are going to push kitchen.
Yeah, actually, they decided to put a charge on kitchen now, so. Yes. Actually, I think they're not going courtyard. It looks like they might go 3 reception to kitchen. No, it looks like Vital's going there. Adex has a shotgun. No, they're definitely going courtyard. The drawings are just outdated. They changed plan a little bit. Breaching kitchen now. Nobody's really holding that. I think the door to club is closed. Mace, I guess Mace is watching it from the window.
Smith is covering Pillbox with the auto shotgun.
Yep. I was about to say exactly that. And I mean, that's important because he has Mace who's watching the windows there. So, and they did not decide to push into kitchen. They were very aware of Mace watching that. So they decided to just go reception now. Dax and Vitals getting shot in lockers, not taking damage though. Now they're pushing into office with a flashbang. pulling some wall bangs. Smith wants to throw a Molotov through the window. He does, very deep, but that's kind of cut off. We'll see if that actually hurts him though. Still waiting there. Smith rushing out, gets him with the auto shotgun. First blood, and also takes stars. It's been taken down by Vitals though, who was shooting him in the back when he was running away. Now Marbles is pushing forward into Pillbox. Can he take out Mace? He can, and this looks, well, I was to say really good for Fizz, but it's actually 3-3. It's pretty close. It's pretty crazy back and forth here. Marbles with the fragging club. That should not hit anyone though. Godspeed still has a barbed wire. I wonder if he wants to use it somewhere. Dev is holding. Lock is successfully taking out Vitals here. And I wonder if Godspeed now will place the barbed wire there. No, he doesn't. He decides against it. Wants to hold on to it. I mean, they're comfortable in a comfortable situation now. Time is ticking down, 36 seconds. And they're 3 defenders versus 2 attackers. Molotov into pillbox. That was just... I mean, it denies Marbles from getting on that box, I guess. Not
15
too bad.
seconds to start touching bomb.
Yep. Bomb is getting low. Double flashbang. Marbles gets on the roof. Double kill for Diagro here. Getting both on stage. And now it's down to Roadrunner. But 7 seconds until there has to bomb. Diagro goes to the bomb. He probably touched it. Roadrunner is waiting. Marbles with the wall bangs. Gets him. Very well played here by Fierce. Securing the round, I believe.
Yet again.
Actually close again. Wait, I might have spoken too soon. Yeah,
And it goes off at 99%. We're coming down. Fierce has to either win this next round and put it into another batch of overtime, or Mazer is going to the grand finals.
That was the third bomb that got down to the last second.
Yes.
2 of them exploded, 1 got defused in this match alone. In this game alone, I should say. The wall bang from Marbles was so clean though.
That was a very good wall bang.
That was really good. Diagro beelining it to bomb and saying, "Hey, I don't see him. He's probably behind bar." And Marbles
Yes, that is a lot of game sense and a lot of communication skill showing off from Fierce right there. You know,
I mean,
very
even the decision
powerful.
for Marbles to stay there, like they relied on Diagro to getting through there.
Yeah.
It was like, and he gets the double kill on stage. Like that was a very ballsy play, and it almost paid off. But
I don't think Fierce is too happy. They have drawn a crying face at the bottom of the map.
Very, very sad emoji.
They are upset that they were not able to get that defuse, and who wouldn't be?
I am very happy that taking it lightly now. It still have the spirit to draw.
I mean, but now they're coming in. They're coming in on this map. They have their wall charge. They can just walk into that storefront, and it's going to be up to Mazer to just win gunfights and play anti-flash.
We saw this last set. This map is really hard to defend against a wall charge push. It's really hard.
Yes.
Mazer took this round without a death. Like, keep that in mind. So Fierce has to show up.
Every other round has been insanely close. You gotta...
Yeah. Mazer has to show an insane defense here to hold this.
They are looking at setting up barbs to counter it.
Yeah. I mean, it's the obvious play.
Those barbs shouldn't get blown up if Fierce places the charge where they're planning. And they might be able to get the crossfire on it.
That's 3 tiles away. That should be fine.
It seems like Fierce
they know how to place barbs, so they don't get caught in explosions.
Well, those are actually too close for wall charge, but they're not going to blow there. So yeah, 4 tiles. You need to be 4 tiles.
Oh, is it 4 tiles?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Fierce is considering sending someone storage, it looks like, to at least watch the rotates back there and maybe put some pressure, but they're going to have to deal with Smith, who's ratting up in bathroom.
I still like the barbed wire placement in storefront though, because it's like angled, so you can actually move from arcade into storefront, but you cannot move from south storefront to north storefront through that path. Very, very nice angle there. So yeah, Diagro is actually on the green door. The others are setting up for the wall charge, right and center. The other barbed wire actually never got played. They don't have another one. I guess they only had one left.
They put one from freezer or from storage to freezer.
Oh yeah, I didn't saw that. Call. So Fierce is playing this slowly so far. They didn't throw a Molotov yet. Steph still has one.
And that's freaking out Fierce, it looks like. They don't want to push without waiting the Molotov out. Yep.
Losing a lot of time. Smith actually with the other Molotov being on the other side of the map, interestingly enough.
Yes.
Diagro is watching a window. I wonder if Smith eventually will move. It seems like Diagro is moving.
More flash goes in. Death is just...
Yep. Oh, that Molotov! No! Wow, Death has been taken out. I guess he was flashed to death. And Smith, though, comes in, takes out Diagro, but the others have storefront. And they also managed to kill Roadrunner in the meantime. Godspeed now from Arcade. Oh, Maze with the shotgun from Teller gets the kill here on a taxi. This is not looking too bad for Mazer, I have to say. Smith actually pushing through the smoke, throws a Molotov, now rushing behind to counter, gets close, gets the kill there with the Stone AP25. Revenge kill from Stars, revenge kill from Maze! 2-1 for Mazer, and Marbles had to retreat into Teller with the stab. He still has a frag. I wonder if he can use that. He could throw it through the Teller hole outside into the storefront. I wonder if he does that. He still have plenty of time. I'm eating my syllables, I'm sorry, but this is so intense. 30 seconds. He has to make a move eventually. Maze is just dancing around that door with the shot.
And he gets it! Mazer wins it! They're going to finals! This game has ended!
It has ended indeed. 7-5. Mazer making it.
Fierce getting defeated, showing why Mazer was second in yesterday's games and Fierce was third.
Actually, they were completely tight.
No, they weren't.
They were absolutely
they?
tight.
I thought the math showed that they were
down to the Buchholz. The system showed them both being second place, but we didn't have to choose a tiebreaker because they're playing against each other anyway, based on the seeding, so it didn't matter. But yeah,
I saw math that showed that Fierce was in third and Mazer was in second.
No, it was. It's medium. It's medium Buchholz. You have to maybe someone calculated Buchholz, not medium Buchholz. Or there was a mistake. Like the system showed them being the same, and I know at least one person who did the math. It should be the same, but as I said, it doesn't matter because they played against each other anyway. And Mazer pulls through. Seems like the momentum game is going in favor of Momentum.
Momentum is 6-2, but Momentum is missing a player?
Oh yeah, I said we just jump into that.
That would be a
I'll jump into that. We'll see if I will just jump into it. We might not get visuals, but I at least want to give information on that. I think we will not be able to show it. I mean, the match should probably end. Well, it depends on how it goes, really.
I mean, they could.
I definitely want to take a look there. It's 6-2. Actually joined one of the VVox calls. Interesting. Momentum wins the game, 7-2. Okay, there we go. So, yep, they did. So that means.
Are you sure? I just joined and it's still 6-2. Oh, there we go. It updated. Okay.
Yeah. It's 7-2 for Momentum. The first game was a tie. So,
which means there's one more.
So they're going to go to a third game. And if Slaughterhouse wins that, they will have to go overtime as well. If they tie or Momentum wins it, they will take the series and go to the grand finals against Mazer. And we will now go to a short break to catch some breath, get some drinks, and then be back for the third Momentum Slaughterhouse game. So see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, we'll be right back.